How crazy was that? I didn't enjoy that experience. Welcome in, Tuna. Anyways, welcome in, everybody. Oh, that's cute. I love your emote. Where we left off is we have to go to the trainer school. But I want to fuck up this coffee cake, so give me a second. Very good coffee cake. All right, who took my bra? Who stole all my socks? Do y'all ever lose all your socks? I lose a lot of my socks. I'm like, where did they go? Who's taking them? Very quiet. I'm gonna turn it up, but very graciously, very cautiously. Okay. Now where did my axe get to? Prologue in these games are very boring, so please don't expect me to be very entertaining. I remember hating this part so much, this trainer school bullshit. But you can get a Raichu here, I think. You can get an Alolan Raichu. Yes, the EXP share we got early. Slay. I'm glad you have a good bra. I don't have a good bra. I'm very upset about it. Hi, Bald. Hi, Bald. No, I agree, Donnie. I'm not a big fan of the start of this region. Love this green look. Thanks, Oscar. I think if you go over here to the... Yeah, see, there's wild Pokemon over here. Let me in. Oh, my fucking Litten's like dead. No, I haven't. Oscar, I was just saying, like, I literally, like, kind of slept, like, all day. I don't know, I kind of needed it. I've been very tie-tie lately. Uh-oh. Monty Jr., no! I forgot we named the Rattata Fuckface. I was like, huh? Fuckface used tackle. Okay, why are we even doing, like, I should just, we're gonna die. I was also at the Pokemon Center and didn't heal. What is wrong with me? Ooh. I love that, Oscar. I love the colors. I can't tell if it's a joke. Blocked. Blocked. A green look, yeah, because we did pink and then blue, so I wanted to like finish the trifecta of like Powerpuff Girls colors. That looks amazing, Oscar. I had to collect a moth. It's giving Agatha from Zelda. She was so mother. Wait, I wanted to do a Wonder Trade and we had to update the game, but I didn't. So here we are. I'm sorry, guys. It's literally allergy season. You have to bear with me. It's so unbearable. Like, I actually was doing my makeup and then I sneezed while I was putting on my setting spray. So my face was kind of wet. And I sneezed while my face was wet and I got eyeliner on my cheek. I was like, I can't. Oh, bitch wants to fight. Pika pack. I watched a horror movie last night. Can you believe that? Who is saying that X is like a really good movie? I just want to know. Y'all really love that movie, huh? I did not. I'm not in the same boat. I'm so sorry. How do we do the math? Like, at what point are we like... That's what everybody's saying, but Pearl got a worse rating on Rotten Tomatoes. And everybody's... I mean, I'm usually the unpopular opinion, so I can't be like going off what Rotten Tomatoes says, but... A meeting, aka Maddie's gonna go get drunk. I mean, what? I have scissors handy. Oh. I could just rip the fishnet, that works. When you wear a fishnet and then you take it off, it feels so good. Oh, Colwitt's using his Prime. Thank you so much. 7 months. 7 months already. Thank you so much. Maybe they expected more of X. From what I heard, Pearl is a very different movie. Yeah. We were talking about it last night, how like X is kind of the foundation of the series, because apparently there's going to be a third. So, I mean, I guess that's how all series start. Like, the first isn't the best, but I don't know. Oh, this is where you get the Alolan Meowth, not Alolan Raichu. I was very wrong. Oops. Hey, Eva. Oh. The echo always makes me feel like you're in the room. Hello? Oh, so you're just gonna leave and not say hi. Wow. Fucked. My boobs kind of look like that one episode of season 2 where RuPaul's boobs look fucked up. I think it's the second episode. Ru's like titties look so weird. Let me move my bang. I'll show you a bang. I actually want a bang piece. I can't get a bang piece that matches this color blonde though. I didn't enjoy it because the main characters were nice and died because of it. You thought the main characters were nice? I only liked Blonde Girl from Pitch Perfect. The others were pretty unbearable. Did we fight him? I want to make sure I'm fighting every trainer so I don't like run back here one day and then I have to fight a trainer. I also want to get the most EXP for my buck. I feel like Cole's talking about something else. Oh. I mean, I think it's more of like a director's decision that I didn't really like. I didn't like that they like made the elderly out to be these like weird, scary, like it was very unnecessary. Someone replied to my tweet and said that, and I was like, you raise a good point. Like just this woman that's just like living on this farm and like they just made her out to be like a psycho, I don't know. Kind of a bizarre twist, but I guess whatever. When like they didn't mean any harm. I don't think like anybody meant any harm. And that's also kind of like the frustration about it too, is that I think the intention was supposed to be playing off people's fears of growing older. But that's like why I don't like it so much. I don't understand the intention of the entire film. Like I get it, like the loss of innocence and like growing up and growing older, but like I don't really, it doesn't strike me as anything that's like really revolutionary. Like, oh yeah, like you want to make a movie and you want the main characters to feel that way, but it just doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't really hit like it's supposed to. I feel like there's a way you could do it, but it doesn't feel like either appropriately or successful, in my opinion. Also, like, the main character, Miss whatever her name is, Goth, she was sleeping for the half of the entire movie. Like, hello? Like, girl, get up. Wake up. It's a horror movie that everybody's saying is like one of the best of the new generations, I guess. In my opinion, no. That's why we're talking about it, just because, like, yeah. But it's called X, Ava, and it's a movie about, like, it was based in the 1970s, that this group of friends, they're creating pornography movies to put out and sell, and they go to this location and they all just die. So it's not really, there's no really depth to the story more than that, really, honestly. Like, even, like, I'm trying to explain it to somebody that hasn't watched it, and there's no depth to it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to explain it to somebody, and I'm like, yeah, some, like, horny teens go get slashed up. Yeah, that's, like, every other fucking movie in the early 90s. Like, come on, guys. You think that's really successful? Just watch fucking Friday the 13th, for fuck's sake. The twist wasn't twisty enough to make the purpose matter. Also, the deaths weren't as impactful. It kind of felt like they were an afterthought. I agree. I completely agree. Like, the twist at the end was great. Don't get me wrong, but Was it really enough to call it one of the best in the new generation? Absolutely not. Me too. Oh my god, wait, not running away from a killer. Like, what if there was like a squad of MILFs and they beat up a serial killer? That'd be slay. I want to watch that. Oh, thank you. You're so nice. I want to be in that. No, me too. Well, also, now that I'm thinking about it, guys, this like movie is like so, not to be rude, but very unoriginal. The plot twist of like the old lady being the serial killer, horny teens trying to have sex and then get murdered. Bitch, that's just Friday the 13th, the first movie with Pamela. Pamela killing everybody. I want to run into a bunch of moms. Oh, I know you do. Is that a slowpoke? Oh my god, our first encounter with a slowpoke in this generation. My baby boy. It's my boy. Give him to me. Give me the fucking slowpoke. I'll kill you right here in cold fucking blood. Sorry. Feel very passionately about that. I'm the serial killer. I'm Pearl. Oh, I don't need to learn about anything. I'm so sorry. I'm out of here. I'll pass. What's up? Girl! Me interrupting this class. I'm like the principal when the principal walks into your class during, and they have like the keys and they're like, I'm not here, just be quiet, I'm gonna sit at the back of the class, and then they're just like, easy peasy lemon titties. I didn't mean to do that. Did y'all have like teachers' aides like sit at the back of the class? Like I had a teacher aide sit in the back of my class and I was so attracted to him. Me and my friend used to flirt with him all the time. And then eventually I found him on Grindr like the last like senior year and I was like, I won. I won. I'm so thankful I graduated and didn't go to college. So during the duration of like learning, I had to do Zoom classes. I would never show up if they made me do that shit. I'm like so thankful I never had to do that. Rising Star Joseph. Oh, I wish it was auto advance. Text auto advance, please. And she hated me. Oh, there was this one teacher that she hated my guts. Like, I'm related to a lot of people in my town, so my my name was pretty like known before I came to this lady's class. And since all of my previous family members that went to that class had a bad experience with her, she like was ready to fight me the first day because of my name. Like just because my name, she didn't even meet me. She was like already eye rolling the first day. So there was this, I remember, I will never forget this moment. I will never ever not tell this story. I think I've told this story a bazillion times on the channel, but I remember there was this one instance of this teacher. She asked me to move, the one I was just talking about. She asked me to move my desk. She was like, can you please move away from your friend? And I was like, Miss blah blah blah, why should I do that? Like, we're working collaboratively together. Like, we're just doing our work, it's fine. And she got so mad at me. Like, I was just asking nicely and I already had bad blood with her. I was just like trying to be nice, not to get in trouble. And she starts freaking out at me. She's like, how dare you disobey me? How dare you like talk back to me? You're disgusting. Like, get out of my classroom, like leave, blah, blah. So I was so silent the entire time. I was so cunty during this. I literally take my things while she's yelling at me. I push in my chair. Like I rise very gracefully. I push in my chair, nice. I collect my things. And I slam the door and walk out of the classroom. I said, I will be taking myself to the office now. Thank you so much. Have a good day. And I shut the door and left. I chewed her ass out. Like, I was like, I'm done. I'm done with this. Shortly after I did drop out, but it's fine. I just like, I just don't understand. Like, I will never understand. I will never understand in my entire life. I don't care. The United States school system is flawed and like needs to be reworked and everything about it. It's like terrible. I will never understand the superiority complex that teachers have over other people. I just don't understand that like power trip they go on. It's disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach. I will never have a person in my entire life, and nobody to this, like anybody that's watching this, anybody that's like in my area or in my vicinity or anybody for that matter in general should never have somebody think that they have power over you. Like I never will let somebody tell me what to do or talk down to me or whatever. I don't care if you're my teacher. I don't care if you're my family members. I don't care if you're XYZ. I don't care if you're the president. I don't care if you're God himself. You will not speak down to me or boss me the fuck around. It is my fucking life and I'll do what the fuck I want. I don't care if you brought me into this world. I don't care if you think you have a superiority complex in the workforce or the school system. You will not tell me what to do. And that's just tea. That's just it. Point blank, period. And if you are in a certain position of power, you should be respectful about it. Don't talk down to me like I am the scum of the earth. Like, get it together. Like, and it's also, it's annoying because they've experienced that and then they still do that, because anybody that has a higher power of thinks they have a higher power, they've been on the lower end. They've been where you're at and they've been where they're being talked down to or being talked like that. So it boggles my mind that they were to ever treat anybody like that. You know what I mean? Like, you start somewhere. So why are you still acting like that? Bizarre to me. That's my rant. That's why I dropped out. I did not like being talked down to. I did not like having people boss me around and like assignments and stuff like that, but I would never like go out of my way to like, oh yeah, like fuck you teacher. Like, I don't just start problems for no reason. I am not happy with the schools. I'm so sorry, Lauren. Hi, Miasma. Also, hi, Lauren. Welcome in. I was in 3rd grade. Oh. Also, like, teachers think, like, complaining about their jobs. Like, I understand, like, everybody needs to complain or whatever, but don't, like, come to work and be like, oh, I hate these kids. Okay, then don't get a job in the schools. It's just that simple. Yeah, right, Grub? I didn't like that either. Like, can I use the restroom? Some of my teachers used to deny it. Some teachers do that. They deny going to the bathroom. Like, bitch, I gotta fucking pee. Or they'll be like, you only get to go to the bathroom once during class. Excuse me? I can't delegate when my body needs to do functions. They also in schools, they give you like the worst fucking meals. And then after lunch, they're like, nope, you're not allowed to use the restroom. Like, okay, girl, please. Yeah, I don't understand what's happening either with that, Oscar. Like, I know there's a lot of like Twitch drama right now, but I'm just like, I'm so not in it. It's like, whatever. I like don't even know what's happening. Everybody's like tweeting about stuff that's happening on Twitch and like other streamers and stuff, and I'm like, I'm just so not in it. I'm literally just like playing Dead by Daylight and watching like Teen Titans, and that's just what I'm doing. I feel like I should know, but like from the peak of the iceberg of what I saw, with like popular streamers being popular and being toxic, it's like I'll pass. I will pass on that one. Do you hate Lily yet? No, I love Lily. Welcome in, bunny boy. I can understand that sometimes children are a little crazy, but it's hard to deal with them, but you also picked this job. No, yeah, exactly. Just like understand what you're doing in the line of work you're in. No, same, Dunny. My high school wouldn't let us go to the bathroom during class because they thought we were going to vape, so we could only go during passing periods. Yeah, that's what they... Oh, I'm dying. Wait, and a teacher had to go with you in the bathroom to watch you? Girl, I can't. I also didn't like going to the bathroom. I just went to the nurse's office. Me and my nurse at my school, we were cool. She like understood me. She was like, we're good. Like, I remember she used to let me like just like sneak into her like office and like sleep there for like 5 periods. I was like, I love you. She just like understood that like everybody was bullying me in school. Like, honestly, saving grace. Love her. I hope she's doing well. Hi, Asa. Happy to see you. I was like, what is that? Did you type something? Oh, I thought his name was Ligma. Trainer Ligma. Now you see why I poop and pee my pants. True, 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 true. It's a lifestyle. I'm here to support it. I'll get the carriage ready. Yeah, everybody's saying spam whispering is happening. I don't understand what that's about either. I'm so not in whatever is happening. I almost said that out loud, Ava. I will not fall victim to this prank. My high school guidance counselor, my beloved, she let me use the staff's genderless bathrooms. Yeah. I also like found out I feel like I'm a late bloomer in my trans identity. We're probably gonna talk about this for like the next 20 minutes. So anyways, I also don't even know where to even start, but what? Are we like getting low-key hate rated? Like, what's happening? Huh. That's interesting. Really weird. Everyone ignore it. I think it's a troll. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I would ban them. It doesn't do anything because they're still gonna message people in chat, but I mean, it's the least we can do, I guess. Thank you, Marshall. AV Hero, thank you for 11 months of subscription, almost 1 year. Enjoy your Chow badge if you resubscribe in the next 30 days and your 1 year sub badge. Enjoy the golden Chow. Oh. Well, you're banned. There's the door, bitch. Yeah, I'll wait to talk about trans stuff until this decides to blow over. Yeah, let's ignore because he's trying to get our attention, guys. Stop catering. Just block. I'm sorry this is happening to everybody, but yes, my trainer name is Poop Fart. I know, literally, that is my name. I am Poop Fart, so I don't know why that's a bizarre twist for anybody to understand. It would be very weird if my name wasn't Poop Fart. By the way, hi Harley. Everybody's names are like purple, so sometimes some people will like walk into the room or like the chat and like I'll think it's somebody else with the purple name because like my chat is, it's so hard for me to read sometimes. So I apologize if like that's happened to somebody before. I just came across you and the queens. Mind-blowing. Welcome in, Horror. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy Drag on Twitch. Y'all need to change. Purple is my color. Oh, everybody's gonna start fighting. Look, everybody has a purple name. I'm not crazy. That's funny. It's either purple or green. Those are two popular colors in the chat. Well, I can tell yours, Ava, because it's like a custom color. The purple names are gray. Oh, baby. Are you colorblind? Did you just not know? I just know some streamers hate yellow names. What if I just like yellow? Why do people hate yellow? No, of course. Thank you for being here. I like that you tried to make it so Automod didn't catch that and then it still did. Can I be honest? What? Would be low-key gender euphoric if I was colorblind, but that's... Though, LOL, it's more common in men. Shut up. When the gender euphoria hits because you're colorblind, yeah, brother! Yellow names are attention grabbing. It's not the prettiest yellow. Oh my god. So rotted, like literally so rotted for no reason. The 3 FPS my game is going at right now, please. Looking good. Looking good. Can I be done? I made that joke to my colorblind ex, and then he was like, actually, this is the type of colorblind that's equally as common in men and women. Again, I'm going to... I like the warning of a tweet. I'm going to tweet about you, but it's literally just a joke. Asa, I do have a question for you while I have your attention tonight. Have you been playing VHS lately? I'm not asking like a shady question. I'm just like asking like seriously. I like want to start playing it again and like grinding it, but is it worth? I know there's like, it's like a game now. I'm gonna be real, I have not. Yeah, I saw someone say that they were like, VHS is coming to end DVD, and I was like, girl, please. You fucking wish. Oh! Almost fell back in my chair. I'm gonna sit like this for a little bit, I'm sorry. Oh, closed store, wait, go back. Yeah, please, can we change the outfit? My girl is so ugly right now. No, literally. She has a gobbler on her head. It's the same outfit! Oh, that noise for the same outfit? Please. Then I like how your look could be a slay bug trainer, but you hate bugs. Like my look IRL. True. I mean, yeah, I hate bugs, but also like, I could be grass type. Well, all this shit is ugly. Let me just buy basics, I guess. I was about to say, here comes Marshall about grass. Well. The fedora? That's better. I look better now. I'm content. Grass types were usually my favorite as a kid. I feel like I was pro-fet. Marshall, you can't fucking say that word and expect me to know what the fuck it is. What does that mean? Prophetic? Like you're a prophet? Lillian the Ugly A. Basically, yes. Oh, my mind? Maybe I shouldn't have dropped out. I'm so smart. What grass type would you have? Like a Chikorita? I love Chikorita. Some people in the chat don't think Gen 2 is a good generation. I won't say who that person is, but it's fine. It's fine. Someone also thinks that the Gen 2 starters are the worst starters ever created. I won't expose them, but I'm just letting you know there is an imposter among us. Reveal yourself, the curtain. I don't think Ultra Beasts are ugly. I kind of like a lot of them, actually. Don't expose them. Please tell us their name, address, and phone number. Totodile outsold. I love all three of them. I can't pick one over the other. I love all three of them. I think if there's a saving grace in Gen 2, of like who is higher than the other, I was telling Marshall this last night. When I was little, I played on my Game Boy. Like, you remember the Game Boy? Yeah. But we couldn't afford any of the Pokemon games. We could only afford this like Mario Tennis game. So I used to pretend, like I would role play in Mario Tennis and pretend that some of the people in Mario Tennis were Pokemon. So I would like watch the commercials for the new Pokemon games on our box TV and like pretend that I was playing Pokemon on my Game Boy because I was too poor to afford anything besides Mario Tennis. But my dad, I have like this like distinct memory with my dad, and it's like one of my favorite memories with him. Not to be emo on the live, but he knew that I really liked Pokemon and we didn't have a lot of money. So I never had seen him draw before, but I remember he cut out a pizza box and then he painted over the pizza box Chikorita like art, and it was the most beautiful Chikorita art I've ever seen. I wish I still had it, but he like made me like a Chikorita popsicle stick like little face mask thing so I could go around the house and like pretend I was Chikorita. And I just thought it's like one of my fondest memories with that man. I miss him. But we didn't have a lot of money, so he made it out of popsicle sticks, paint, and a pizza box. Because of where we live, it's very expensive. Sounds like some twink shit. True. Not the story I just told, but that somebody hates Gen 2 starters. Faramosa outslays. Like, she is the best Ultra Beast. Who's cutting onions? I have a lot of good memories with that man. So true. I think it's gonna be 12 years this year. $12 and I haven't gone to his I haven't been to his not to get too emo on the live, but I haven't been to his grave since the funeral. So I think it's gonna be 11, 12 years of me not going there. It's crazy. I don't know when the appropriate time is to go. You know what I mean? Like, it's been so long. When am I gonna be like, yeah, I wanna go see it? I feel like that's gonna be like such a big day. And so, I don't know. I thought I was gonna go for the 10-year, but then I didn't go for the 10-year. I'm not ready for all those emotions. Also, not to get emo again, but did y'all know? Do y'all know? Do you guys know how Jewish funerals happen? They are the most traumatic, because the traditions and prayers they do at Jewish funerals, they are so... There's this one thing they do at Jewish funerals. It's a tradition that the family take turns taking the shovel and using the back end of the shovel to shovel dirt into the grave. When I tell you, I'm gonna start crying. That is so... I remember doing that when I was 11 to my dad's grave, and it was the worst. Like, I'm glad I did it, but it was so hard to do. Yeah, and not to mention, this last year, someone else in my family passed away, and we were at Shiva, because I think it's called Shiva, right? The Jewish funeral. We were at Shiva burying this mother of 4, which was my cousin, and all of her kids are like underage, and it's pouring fucking rain. It's so fucking cold. These kids have to shovel the back end of the dirt into her grave while she's in the ground, and it's pouring fucking rain, and they're all under the age of 18. I'm like, oh my fucking god, horrible. But like, you can't just not do it. Like, it's tradition. It's like, I'm not religious or anything, but if I didn't, or if someone didn't do it, it would feel wrong. But I would understand why they wouldn't, because it's so hard. But like I was raised Jewish. I'm not Jewish. I am Jewish, but I don't like go to service and whatever. But I know there's a word for the funeral for Jewish funerals. But like, I remember watching those kids like do that. Like, I think it was this year, but like in the pouring rain, I'm sitting there shivering because I wasn't wearing a jacket and it was pouring rain, and I was literally like bawling. I was like, this, like, one of the kids was like going into, I think like 8th grade. I'm like, fuck, like that's heavy. Sorry, not to like bring up like trigger warning death, but I feel like I've never talked about that on my channel. I don't think I've talked about it publicly either. I just usually post pictures of my dad, but whatever, it's my stream. I also have never seen, oh my god, I hate that I'm like venting about like my trauma here, like trauma dumping, but I've never seen a therapist for my father, like to discuss things about my father. I haven't gone to his grave. I haven't done any, like, I just like to pretend that he's somewhere out there still. Like, he is alive and well out there in my mind. Is that crazy? Am I crazy? He's somewhere. Anytime I put up his jacket, because I have his jacket, like this jacket he wore all the time. Every time I put it up, like I hang it up, it always falls off. Because the house I live in now, he grew up here. It always falls off the thing I put it up on. Wherever I put it, it always falls. And I'm like, okay, dad, relax. And just, I know he's trying to say hi, but stop knocking shit over. I'm getting a caffeine headache. I think the reason I was tired this morning is because I didn't have enough caffeine the day prior. So I'm like almost going back. I was like in the middle of a caffeine withdrawal this morning, and now I'm like already intaking caffeine again, but it's whatever. I don't know what it was. My bed was just so comfy. It was just like, I'm vibing. I slept for, I've never had that good of sleep before, but when I had the sleep I had last night, hit so good, like so fucking good. What are you doing over here? Oh, hello. Oh. Team Skull or... Oh. I forgot there aren't gyms in this. I'm like, where's the first gym? Thanks, Jim. We're here live. This makes me want to replay Sword and Shield. Everybody shits on Sword and Shield, but I don't know. I'm not really like a Pokemon hater. I don't think there's like a game that I'm like, yeah, Pokemon flopped there. I think the only one is X and Y. I think I would replay like a majority of all the Pokemon games. They're just like cute, charming, and really fun. I'm an X and Y stan account, so it's not that I hated it. I think just like it was like the first like starting point of like the 3D Pokemon games. So it, in terms of like, I know everybody's like graphics. I don't really care about graphics for me, para me, spooky me, but X and Y just like feels like kind of off to me. I will eat and love anything Pokemon gives to me. I agree, except for a mystery dungeon. Well, I do like it, but I couldn't sit down and play it for longer than like 5 hours. Oh wow, the chat is up for Mia. Bitch, I walk in and they're like crickets. I love the look. Thanks, Mia. I was trying to do, because I don't know if you saw my post, but I did blue and then I did pink, so I wanted to do green for the Good. You shouldn't be able to hear it. I'm glad you can't. I'm trying to hear it though. I was gonna speak, but I think someone's about to start again. moved rooms. I'm gonna go. Anyways. I want to know what the tea is. Maybe it's better I don't know. Probably fighting about me because whatever. Who knows? It's transphobia. But anyway. I mean, I think that's a easy fight. Apologies for the interruption, everybody. Back to business. Thank you. Can you do you see that one of them is missing a hoop? I don't know how, but in my trip to Seattle, I lost one. This one has a larger ring, this one doesn't. But it's fine. Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Persona. If anyone really expects me to read all this dialogue, you are surely mistaken. I am so sorry. Where were we? What were we even talking about? I'm freezing cold. Like, I'm really cold right now. Oh, is he Ghost? Brr, shoosh. I'm like so cold. Poison. I never know like the types of Pokemon or like what's weak. I never know what's like super strong or super weak to certain things. I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna do this move. It's fine. I'll learn along the way. Monty Jr., stop being confused. Okay, he won. We won. Brr. Shh. Unironically burr shushing. I think it does in new gens. Yeah, it does tell you, which is nice for someone like me. Thank you, Laser Jesus. Thank you so much. I'm trying not to yawn. I'm having a coffee. I was gonna go upstairs and make a coffee. Like I was gonna go make a coffee, but I don't think I could do that right now. If it's about type matchups, then I'll tell you if you've fought the Pokemon before, but oh yeah. I just mean like in general, like if I were to play an old Pokemon game that it didn't have that feature, I'd be like lost. I'd be like, oh yeah. I was trying to resist coughing. I'm choking on air. I'm choking on air. Are you gonna be safe though? I don't know. I don't know if it's safe to go upstairs, so that's our issue. That's the issue. Why do I literally was joking with this Wingull in my party, but I guess we're keeping it. It's literally a Wingull with all caps name your mom. Like, okay. Can we, I want to go hunt for Pokemon. Okay, can you fuck off? Well, if I were to say, what is bug weak to, some of you would probably know the answer. I have no idea what the bug type is weak to. Probably like fire. Is there like a, can I go here? Give me a new Pokemon. Well, yeah, I'm not gonna keep your mom. I'm not gonna keep it, but for now, yeah, I guess. Wasted, just like in GTA 6. Oop, sorry. Too soon, I guess. Jared, thank you so much for the subscription. Tier 1. Enjoy your sub. Okay, well, clearly we're not getting anything good from this patch of grass. That redacted footage got me excited. Oh, I was like, what are you talking about? I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I said this on the other stream because it was a pretty quiet stream the other day. I'll say it again. I don't think, like, if it was any other game, I think it would probably be more valid for people to be upset that it was leaked. Like, oh my god, spoilers. But like, it's literally like Grand Theft Auto, guys. It's literally just like you drive a car, you get in a car, you fight people, you rob a bank. Like, how revolutionary is a new game going to be? Also, like, Rockstar Studios are probably not great people, and they love money and they love scamming people, and they are not the best studio. So like, somebody had to leak the footage. I'm sorry. It's just the reality of the situation. Because now that it's leaked, like, they're going to finally pick up the shambles and do something with it. Like, come on, guys. It'll push them to release the game because this game has been teased, because they literally release a port or a new DLC every single fucking time they want to make us feel like GTA is having something new. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, okay, Rockstar Studios is going to make an appearance at this press conference and they're going to release a big announcement, and then it's a GTA 5 DLC. Like, all right. I saw your TikTok, Breath of the Wild foreskin TikTok. Just had to check you out. Bayonetta sold me. Your Bayonetta playthrough sold me. Well, welcome in. Thank you so much for being a subscriber. I'm pretty far behind on uploading some VODs to YouTube, but thank you for watching my VODs over there. We're going to try to do Bayonetta 2 soon, just so I can have Bayonetta 3 lined up and ready to go for Halloween season, because Halloween season is pretty stacked right now. Also, I think someone leaked The Sims 5. I really do not care. I mean, happy for you, but I fucking hate The Sims. I think you get Rattata, Meowth, Abra, Magnemite, Grimer, Pichu, Wingull, Yongoose from there. I want a Pichu, like, really bad. So I guess we're gonna go. I don't like Sims. I'm not a Sims stan. I never like it. I like my Sims. I don't like regular Sims. It could be a PR stunt. Yeah, it could be. I mean, smart. Oh, Abra. Anyways, how many subs to keep Wingull as a permanent member of your team? Sub goal for the day, I guess. So we've gotten 2 so far, maybe 3, maybe 7 more. I don't have a sub goal on my screen anymore, but I probably should. Oh my god, it's so difficult to catch an Abra. Pichu is 5%. What are we, shiny hunting? My god. I have to pee really bad in a second. I'm just gonna crouch into my phone for a second. No! You weren't supposed to do that! I don't want Wingull on my team! Now we have to keep this fucker. Now you see this? This is your fault. You started this. Thank you, Betty Boy, for gifting 7 tier 1 subs and keeping Wingull on our team until, I guess, the fucking end of the game. If you got a sub, make sure you say thank you to Bunny Boy, Burr, Fog, Fleetwood Mac, Lee Dollar, John, Cosmic, and Oscar got a sub. Enjoy your subs, everybody. Your mom, my beloved. Well, shit. Now I'm in for it. Well, at least we have a flying type. I guess that's good. Okay, but how many more subs until I put an Everstone on it and it never evolves to make it harder for me? I'm kidding! When I just put my starter away and I do a Wingull playthrough. Thank you for your generosity. I really, really appreciate it. Oh, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for keeping the lights on for me. Used Harden. I didn't know he had that move. I also just said I had to pee and then I just didn't. Maybe I should do that challenge. I love that they give you the fucking EXP share. Like, thank you, Jesus. Is someone evolving? I was just about to go to the bathroom. Okay, let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Back again. I want to put this blanket around my shoulders, but I don't want my butt to be cold. Who wants to warm up my booty? My booty cheeks. Yeah. The silence. Thanks, guys. Oh my god. Okay. Oh yeah, I saw that. I'm happy Espana's doing it up, so hopefully it'll start getting like Canada and the other franchises like started for All Stars. So that means España 3 is like soon, right? Well, it's gonna happen after 3, they said. It's gonna happen after season 3. Oh, they announced... Oh, that is happening soon. They didn't announce the cast, though, did they? España is one of the best, like, franchises. Just that it's happening. Okay, gotcha. Literally, they lost me. They lost me after she went home. I was like, I'm good. I'm like literally fine. And then I wanted Dita to win, but then she didn't. So we lost. Oh, that was my friend's drink. I'm keeping it for her. She just went to the bathroom. I am drinking this drink. You all saw nothing. I wanted to ask my mom. I was like, girl, if you're out today, can you please get me a box of donuts? But I slept all day. I slept all day and I had groceries delivered. So my groceries were just sitting out on my porch for like an hour and a half. Huh. I love Dunkin' Donuts. I love Dunkin' Donuts. I've never had a pumpkin donut. I want to try it. You know what I love? Penis. But I love apple cider donuts. Oh! Apple cider donuts are the best fucking donuts in the entire world. Oh, slay, Marshall. Yeah, very off topic. Thanks for steering the conversation. Very off topic. Wow. I just murdered it. Goulash is on the stove. What the fuck is goulash? Hi, Goose. Sorry, but oh, I already read that. Do you like donuts? I fucking love donuts. No, I had a fucking bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich for the first time, like when I was in Seattle last week. Of course I don't know what a goulash is. Do you like pumpkin donuts? Why is everybody... What is the... Am I being memed by my own chat? Yeah, I've never had a pumpkin donut. So maybe, I don't know. What? Don't! I don't know what a goulash is. Stop, I'm looking it up. My chat's being mean. Ew! No! 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 Goose, take the goulash away, honey. If you know how I feel, why would you say that? I can't even look at it. I literally can't even look at it. Somebody help. Okay, good. Then I go next. I'll find a new man. It looks good. No! It doesn't. No, 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 no. I would literally rather die than eat that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm literally so sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't do it. I literally can't. I thought the foods we discussed before were bad. This is literally the worst thing I've ever seen on the entire earth. So you're telling me that So we've had conversations about mac and cheese and how I hate it. Then we've had conversations about beef and how I don't like that and how I don't like lasagna and all that shit. But now you're gonna tell me there's something that exists that's macaroni and beef together? Oh, I'm out. I can't do it. I can't. I'm done. Let me out. Let me out. I'm leaving. I'm never coming back. Goodbye. I lied. I want to sit down. I'm so sorry. I feel very strongly about this. I could fuck up some goulash. Guys, I know where to not take you on our date. I cannot. What do you mean Olive Garden's off the table? I like an Olive Garden. True! That's king shit! Look at what Goose Game is saying. Period! What do you like at Olive Garden that's not sauce? The breadsticks? And the olive. And the garden. I like to go to the Olive Garden. I like to look at the garden. I like to eat my olives. And I like my breadsticks. You're telling me Olive Garden doesn't have a garden? What? I want to let everybody know, last time we had a conversation like this that I just sat here and ranted for hours is when we were talking about meefs and queefing. And I was wearing the same headband, same hair, and the same fishnet, and the same choker. We're just in a different color this time. It's the exact same position we're in. A garden of goulash. You're sick. Brand Ren, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Goulash garden. No. You guys are so sick. Stop taunting me. I'll be honest. I'll try new foods if someone else is paying, but I won't try two things. Well, it's a couple of things. I don't want sauce. I don't like sauce. I don't want lasagna meat or like any of that like meaty meat, like wet meat sauce meat, like lasagna meatballs and shit like that. And then you know what I don't like as well? I don't like oh please. I wonder if growing up Jewish is like why the reason I'm so picky, because like literally I remember in Hebrew school we would just eat like saltine crackers and like matzah bread. It's just dry ass fucking food. Literally like kosher Jewish foods are like literally so dry. Maybe that's why. Scooby-Doo Museum, donut, art museum, homemade root beer floats. Well, I told you, if I'm gonna be there, I want to go bar hopping. I want bar food. I love bar food. Honestly, a new fun activity, bar hopping. It does. I like just like thinky foods. Wait, where's there a Minecraft museum? What? I want to go to the Minecraft museum. Oh. A Shrek museum? I want to go to the Shrek museum. Can this ugly bitch get out of my face? I want to say something so funny. Are you going to call me Fiona? There's this place coworkers and I always go when we go out to eat food. It's a really small hole in the wall sort of place, so barely anyone's there. It's great. You go to a hole in the wall and eat food out of it? Like a glory hole? Confirmed, Marshall eats food out of a glory hole. Everybody takes turns. Nope. Not like that. If you like sauce, don't even think of coming to Spain because it's all that. What if like we just like go... What if the sauce comes on the side? Like, do you guys know some people don't like their food to touch? I don't like my sauce to touch the food. On your what? Can I read this aloud, Goose Games? Goose Games message says, Nem likes donuts because she can fit her whole girl cock inside of a donut. Hashtag celebrate the girl cock. Now that is a tweet. Real. Welcome in, Nitro. I just didn't want it to get modded, period. Now that's just tea. Hashtag celebrate the girl cock. I know that's right. Goose, can you do me a favor? Can you delete the first line so I can screenshot that without the first line of text? So it just says Nem likes donuts because she can fit. You're the best. Anyways, we haven't done anything productive this stream. Just give me a... Why am I hunting for a Pichu right now? Why am I like shiny hunting for a Pichu? Please, have class. The way I just had the senior manager of Gearbox follow me on Twitter and I just tweeted that. Just saying. What? I think he would celebrate it. They're really nice over there at Gearbox. Like, kind of underrated company. They celebrate a lot of queer people. I think them and Dead by Daylight, what is it called? Behavior Studios? I think they do it the best. I think Apex does a kind of good job, but they could do better. I like Apex's inclusion. Oh, I'm gonna die. I didn't mean to do this. I wanted to run away. Oh, shit. I mean, if we go first, we win. Yeah, I agree. Well, also, my biggest complaint also about Dead by, like, I know Dead by Daylight, like, they're lovely, like, the things they do for my friends, like, being, like, in the queer community, like, they highlight a lot of my friends, which is awesome. I think it's so strange for their Pride events, they do so minimal, like, in-game. I don't know if it has anything to do about, like, stuff behind the scenes, but, like, when they do Pride charms, I'm like, you could do more. Like, you could, like, why hasn't they added all of the LGBT flags as charms in Dead by Daylight? That's, like, one of my biggest complaints. I'm like, why do you not have a trans flag, a bi flag, the MLM flag, asexual flag, non-binary flag, trans flag? Like, why do you not have all of those? They're just charms. It's not like it's changing the gameplay. It's just identity. Like, if I saw someone else with, like, a bi charm or a trans charm, I'd be like, what's that? Yeah, I don't understand. Because she would blow everybody out of the water. Roxy Andrews is, like, one of my favorite drag queens. She would literally be too overpowered. They can't put her in the game. Too overpowered. Why am I holding my nose like this? I don't know why. It's keeping the bottom of my nose warm. Nice and warm. Please? They also need to add more, like, I want every male survivor to have a shirtless skin. Listen here, Dead by Daylight, BVHR, Behavior Studios. Give every male survivor a shirtless skin, and I want him in a Speedo. All of them. I want all of them. I don't care. I want to see it. Can you imagine if one day I became a fog whisperer? That would honestly be hilarious. What if that's our goal for next year? My goal is for next year being a fog whisperer and pescatarian. I like it. No, I'm not a fog whisperer. I'm a whisperer. You know what I'm saying? I can't say that on the live. My knee looks huge. Look at my leg. Can you please die? I feel this bobby pin moving every time I touch my hair. Stop. You're sick in the head. I know. I need a new chair. Thankfully, I'm doing something soon that's gonna... Hopefully, when I see it through, I'm gonna be comfortable with, like, being able to invest in some things. Like, I'm currently in a broken chair with a broken desk with crappy microphone and a shitty camera. So I'm hoping by the end of this, like, campaign I'm gonna do, I can be comfortable with my, like, bank account, but also, like, I can spend and not, like, fear. Like, I have a lot of buyer's guilt when I spend money. I get, like, nervous that it's like, should I really have bought that right now? Like, am I gonna need that money in a couple days? Like, when is my next paycheck from Twitch gonna hit? When is... So, it sucks, but just the reality of the situation. I would like to get a new chair. Because my chair is not... My chair is literally broken. Like, I feel the mattress seating thing. It's, like, exposed seat cover. Like, I could pull out a patch of cotton right now and show you because it's broken. Because my fat ass... Not, like, fat, like, I'm body dysmorphic. Like, I have a huge dump truck ass. I don't know where I got my chair, actually. I don't remember where I got it. I think I got it on Amazon. Is he grass? He's grass. Pumpkin soup. There's this chair I really want that my mom has, and she spent a lot of money on it. Like, okay. Oh, nice! Crit! That was slay. Oh, and if I get a fat check, I'm gonna get a new monitor. Because I did have my TV set up, and I don't know if you guys noticed, I went back to my old camera angle because I switched it. So I really want to get a larger monitor because it really benefited me when I had my TV as a monitor, but it wasn't a good, like, gaming monitor. It's literally a TV. Like, it's not supposed to be a gaming monitor. Well, this is the old angle. And I was getting annoyed because I was like, I like the old angle actually. So I was like, I'll just go back. I know it's like a minimal change, but I'm like a perfectionist, so like every single little thing I can complain about because I'm like, what could be better? But also considering this is like my, I don't want to say full-time job because that sounds so gross. But like, I do invest a lot of time in streaming, so I want everything to be perfect. The way my character moves. Ooh, I did get a breakfast bagel today. Oh, I would die for one right now. I said this earlier in the stream, but I got so many groceries today and some of them weren't delivered. Literally all they gave me was like a bag of fries and then like 10 bags of chips. I'm like, I didn't want that many chips. A lot of the bottom DS screen is not being used. Like, it's usually just this. It's just like a black screen. Like, okay. You slayed that. You. I think I see something in front of Route 2. Something I really... Oh. Hi. True. Oh, goodbye. Yay, new route check. Give me a new Pokemon. Oh, what the hell is that? Oh. Huh. Oh my god, my Pokemon are still dead. I thought we healed them. Run away. Oh my god. I should probably save. Cutie Fly. I love Cutie Fly. I don't know if Cutie Fly fits on our team, though. I don't know if that would be objectively the best thing to get. Where is Slowpoke? Slowpoke's like endgame, and it makes me sad. Every game we play, Slowpoke's always endgame nowadays. Like, please. Just one moment of peace. Fight me, bitch. I want to get a Magikarp. I want to evolve that. Beauty Crystal. Her hair is stunning. Go, Monty Jr. He kind of is like a Monty kitty. Don't die. You're fine. You're fine. I can no longer escape. Well, it's literally a trainer battle, so I wasn't gonna anyways. Work. Good job. Stupid. Let's find... Okay. Oh my god. Wow. I haven't seen this guy before. Well, damn. Oh, okay, we're good. I'm trying to just, like, take my time. Like, I feel like I always, like, rush during these games. I'm just, like, chilling. I'm really just chilling. If I get uncomfortable later, I'm gonna switch into my hashtag sponsored by Udi sweater that's green. And we'll hang out. I don't want a Smeagol. Yeah. I'd like a Pichu, but I don't think we're gonna get one. Layton's gonna evolve soon. I think 16. Yeah, one more level. Nice, new move. I don't know, is it me? I don't like... Ooh, getting a little personal here. Let's get hashtag real. Hashtag be real. I don't know. Some I don't think, maybe like I'm literally only 23 and I'm like, I don't think there's any instance as of right now I could literally be like so angry at somebody that I would literally like yell at them and scream at them and like stomp around and be frustrated. There's no need for that. Is that crazy? I don't know. I think that energy, you're just wasting your energy. Like, calm down, girl. Like, I don't think that's just like not. I used to be like that a lot. I used to be like that all the time. Like when I was younger, like that rage. But it's like being aggressive. Like I could never, like if somebody were to like yell at me right now, or like if somebody were to be aggressive with me or like nasty to me, I would literally look at them and be like, are you okay? Like, are you okay? Like, what is wrong? I wouldn't be like, oh my God, have you? I'd be like, what's wrong? What's going on? Yeah, I don't know. I guess some people just don't. I just don't like that energy. That sounds like so like, like I'm quirky. I just don't like that energy. But like, actually, I just like don't. I don't see it for me, but okay. Like, I just actually don't. For me, I'm a person that likes to like communicate. Like, if you're angry or frustrated, communicate it. Don't like sit down, talk about it, communicate with it. Don't like just like scream, hoot, and holler. Like, it's actually not that serious at all. Yeah. I think the only thing that would get me there if somebody like hurt or like physically hurt my mother or my sister. If somebody did that, oh, I would get aggressive and angry like that. I would. If somebody laid a hand on my sister or my mother. I'm a ride or die for family. Well, certain family. Let's be serious. Oh, this is the Ultra Beast place. This is the post-game content. Oh, hello. What's over here? Oh, hey. I forgot, Alolan Doug Trio. I want to get them with the wigs. We have to get them. That was easy. I want my Pokemon to be so strong. Like, I'm just gonna adventure and keep leveling them up. I DGAF. I don't know if I want to do that. That doesn't sound like it would bring me joy. Oh, give me this. What is over here? What is this? A cemetery? Hi, Dad. Sorry. Terrible. I'd like a Crobat, but I don't know if I want a Zubat. Wee woo. I don't know what Pokemon, like, I don't know what type of trainer I would be. I would probably be like, if we're talking trainer, are we talking like, if you had 2 types, like, who would you be? I think Grass Ghost type would be kind of a serve. Grass Ghost or... trying to think. I like water Pokemon, but I don't know if I would just be like a water type trainer. I feel like that's kind of like boring. Yeah, if I were to, I think I would be like Water Ghost if I did. Oh, really? I forgot Steel type is a type of Pokemon. I feel like there's not a lot of Steel type Pokemon. I didn't know she was in this game, Serve. Oh, we need her. Mother. And that's Mother. No, don't leave. She's gonna disappear. Don't leave me, Mother. I'm back. Did I miss Guzma? No. I don't think Guzma shows up for a while. Come here, girly. Grass and Electric. Oh! She was so fast to pop out of there. She popped off. Pop off, wig. I don't think we're gonna catch her. I might accidentally kill her right here. Oop. Oh! Normal type moves don't affect her. Did it just say she lowered the PP of Monty Jr.? True. Okay. I gotta get someone that does sleep. Like, she's not gonna fall. Like, she's not gonna stay in the ball. Get in the ball. Mischievous. Come home, Mother. Oh, she hates us. Oh, Psychic. I would be a Psychic. Psychic Grass, maybe. Your mom. Well, because if I did Psychic, I could have Slowpoke as my main. Supersonic, it's supersonic. Bow, bow, bionic. Who was that? It's nasty. What you waiting for? Oh, perfect. Okay. Shh. All of them. I would have every single Slowpoke on my team, not any other Pokemon, just different types of Slowpoke. I would have normal Slowpoke, Slowking, Slowbro, Mega Evolution Slowbro, its own Pokemon, always Mega Evolved, Galarian Slowpoke, and then Galarian Slowking. No, Slowbro. And then a shiny Slowbro. I would have 7 or 8 on my team. I would break the rules. Okay, she doesn't want to be our friend. I'm just gonna kill her. Oh. Oh, y'all need to kill her. I don't know what we can. I need to get somebody to sleep. Oh, wait. He has ice type moves? Okay, this might slay. The Slow Queen. I thought of making that my Twitch username back in the day. What is this? There was a bobby pin in my fishnets. Just a bobby pin. Hey, girl. True. Okay, so Layton's about to evolve. I'd like to get Pelipper. I just spit. I don't know what we could do to get Mischievous. I really want her on our team, but like... Well, Ghastly would kind of be a serve too. Oh, bitch, I'm about to die. We need to go heal Litten. I just got here. How far are you into the game? We're still pretty early in the game. We're just walking around, doing the thing, you know. I'm kind of just farming for levels because I want my Pokemon to be like super strong. I don't know. I want that to be my first Squishmallow though. I want the Gengar or... I want the Slowpoke that's already out. Like it's literally its own Squishmallow, just not called the Squishmallow. I think they used it as a prototype to see if people would buy like a Squishmallow Pokemon. Because it's literally just a Squishmallow, but they call it like a plushie. Oh, I don't want it to kill him. It's fine though, I'll take the XP. Let's see how much damage this does. Oh. All right. It seems I'm already pretty high level. Oops. You're gonna miss the panty raid. I don't think it did that much. Okay, let's try this one. Yes, perfect. Get in my ball. Come on, baby. No whammies. Yes. What if I encounter a shiny by accident? What's gonna happen? Who's gonna gag? We have to nickname everybody. Duh. It worked! Squishy Dicky! I won. They let me type dick. We won! Oh, she's mother. Can I steal that? Do you know like the action replay mods where they let you like steal the Pokemon from other trainers? Give me that. Well, damn. That's right, Squishy Dicky. You better learn mean look. Does this guy want to fight? Oh, I'll end you. Gentleman Stanley. Huh. Oh, it's over for you. It's over. Count your days. Hi, Dodger. Welcome in. Thanks for saying hi. Oh. I'll just do it again. Am I supposed to be like creative with the Pokemon fighting? Like, I feel like I just use the same move over and over again. Like, what am I supposed to do? What am I? Like, hello? Do people really use status effect moves? Not me. I catch cute Pokemon and I just use the same move over and over again. It's good. If it works, it just works. Monster Alien, thank you so much for 6 months. Enjoy your new sub badge. It should be a Hero Chow now. Enjoy it. And enjoy your ad-free viewing. Thank you so much for your Prime. Office worker Jeremy. Hi, I'm normal. Oh, that was a good one. Also, one of my favorite things in the new Pokemon gen was making your trainer card. I loved making your trainer card. I love that feature. Such a cute feature. There's so many games I want to play in so little time. Well, we have all the time in the world. I mean, I don't. I'm going to die at 30, but... Literally. They're mourning the dead, and I'm like, hey, do you guys want to fight? Ha ha ha. What do you want? That's 6 months away. True. Well, like I said before, when you're a Pisces, you age faster. So, like, it could be not in 6 months. It could be in 3 months. You never know. So like, can we wrap this up? Like, someone get the ring, someone buy me a house, someone get me some dominoes, and then I'll be set. I'll be ready to rest. Ew, that face. Enough. Whining kids, enough. Stop whining. Delibird! And wants me to follow it to the berry fields. Oh, y'all fucked up for this one. Not cruising. I didn't know cruising was like a thing in gay culture until like recently. I saw some people on Twitter being like, just did some like cruise whatever, and I was like, y'all really do that? You really go out and you're like gonna get some dick? Like, wow. I was shocked. Good for you though. Happy for you. I need that Slowpoke plush. That needs to be like a sub goal eventually. That should be my birthday stream. We should make that the donation goal. I don't know. I'm just like not in that scene. Like anytime we talk about it, I'm just like, I'm happy for people that do it, but like I could never, like I can't imagine myself doing that. It's happening. Monty Jr.'s all grown up! Oh my god, he's so cute! Wait, I've never seen this evolution. It's usually Litten or Incineroar. I've never seen this one. That's so cute! Oh, I love it! Underrated. He's so cute! What a little guy. I'm the same way. I've never even used a dating app though. I probably... Expectation rather. Is he a Pisces too? Well, I don't know. I'm referring to Marshall's conversation, not is he a Pisces too? I don't know. I guess it takes like a lot of like self-confidence that I don't have. If I really wanted to, I feel like I could, but I don't know. It's just like for me, like that kind of stuff is like so like personal and like sacred to me. Like I think my body and like that sort of thing is so personal. I could never just like in like a day just be like, hey, do you want to come over and like penis? Like I couldn't. Like I'd like it to be more personal. Even then I'm like, can we just do something that's like not like sex? Like come on. Anyways, I'm gonna go pee. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to get to know guys and favorite things. Yeah, I made a TikTok about it. Did you see my TikTok? It was like someone posted like what happened to romance, like I shouldn't be expected to strip naked in front of you on the first date when I barely know you and don't even know your favorite color. Like fully, like I'm with that. Like, call me old-fashioned, call me cringe, call me annoying, but should I change into these? I'm like cold. I might put these on. I'm just like really cold. I love these. They're so comfy. Like, oh. I feel like maybe I'd be more open with it if I wasn't trans, but like it's harder for me to show my body and someone like that. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Well, like apps like that in general, it's kind of hard being like identifying as trans because a lot of people on those apps are looking for like jocks and like sexy twinks and stuff, and I'm just like, hello, I'm trans and hello. Like I could trade news no problem, but actually doing sex is a different ballgame. Totally agree with that one. It's so much more like personal and intimate. But I also don't like, I can't even say that because I post risque pictures. Honestly though, I haven't posted like a risque picture in like a while though. Like, I don't know. Part of like my brain kind of shifted that like I want that to be more of like a thing for like my partner if I do get a partner. You know what I mean? I don't like just like, I also post way too much like of my ass. Like I noticed that like in my most recent photo shoot, I'm like, I post so much of my ass when I could make people like I could charge people for my ass. Like people would pay top dollar to see my ass cheeks and my girl cock. I feel like I can't win with dating apps. When I have them, I look at guys and they don't want to talk to me on the phone, and when I delete them, I look at guys all the time and they ignore me in public setting. I am in. That's part of the reason why I don't use dating apps either. Like I'd rather get to know you in a romantic, dating, sexual than sex and interpretive. It means something different for everyone. I mean, I guess. I see Barry. I'm uncomfortable now, so we're gonna move on. Not. It comes out on Thursday? This Thursday? What? Hello? Oh my god, it does come out on Thursday. I can't already sink money into things right now. Come on. Well, I'm gonna be in drag on Thursday with Arson Nikki. So I have to stream on Thursday. But it's gonna be a kind of a late stream because it's gonna be at 8 p.m. that I'm with Arson. It's launching on the pass. Thank God. My Halloween stuff started shipping. I haven't even finished Brilliant Diamond yet. I didn't finish it either. I was scrolling through my YouTube VODs and I was like, wow, there are some things I just haven't finished. I have to delete the Majora's Mask VODs. I'm sorry. Some of y'all probably love those VODs. I'm deleting them. I can't. Anyways. So, if anybody's new here on the channel, for Halloween, I do a series every year. It's going to be my 4th year doing it. We do a series called 13 Streams of Halloween, where I do 13 looks, 13 horror games, 13 streams, and I do photo shoots on my Instagram. I post them on Twitter. I would say probably my best looks of the year during Halloween season. I experiment with different shapes, different costumes, different hair colors. But yeah, that's what I do for Halloween. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard after Cynthia, so. I mean, during Cynthia. That's why I didn't finish it. Because you have to, like, farm a lot. But it's whatever. I mean, is it... Hello? Is it game over if you don't finish a game? To me, a little, but it's fine. In my mind. Fuckface wants to learn Pursuit. I don't know what this is. That sounds fun. I'll try to be more active Twitch during... Don't worry. Even if you're not, like, you can always just go to my YouTube channel and browse the VODs. I know the first year I didn't upload my VODs, but it's one of my first YouTube videos. It's like a compilation of my best moments from Halloween 2019? 2020? I think it's 2020. It was 2020. Because 2020 was the year it was the Overwatch background and my lighting was terrible. And that's when I also lived in Rhode Island. So that's there. Then all of the streams from last year are uploaded. We played Silent Hill. I did Chucky. I did Tiffany. Oh, I just used Fire Fang on a fire type. It didn't do bad. That's kind of hilarious. I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. Is this a random encounter? Oh, wow. Oh, slay? The amount of games I got rid of my Nintendo Switch. Yeah, honestly, I can't believe I lost my Bayonetta 2 copy. I'm so mad about it. Because I was literally ready to play it a couple weeks ago, and then I just lost it. Oh, there's 2 fights, jeez. What was his name? Pokemon what? Huh. Pokemon Breeder. What an interesting title you have, sir. No, he's straight. Okay, bye. Can we leave this island? This island sucks. What do I want to eat? I'm hungry. I want a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich right now, but that's not in the cards. I want a bacon, egg, and cheese. No, I want a bacon and egg sandwich. I don't want cheese. I want bacon and egg on an everything bagel so bad right now. That's like my go-to fucking breakfast. I want it now. And it can't be those everything bagels from Stop and Shop. Those suck. I want like good bakery everything bagels. The fucking $3 everything bagels from Stop and Shop that are next to the bread in the aisle. No. They're terrible. They taste like shit. That's what I'm saying. I'm not crazy. You need to get them from a bakery. I've never had a bagel. You're just like me. I'm not alone in the world. But I have. I want one right now. I can't believe I didn't get one this morning. That's like shocking for me. Because like the last like week I've walked to the bakery and gotten breakfast. I'm like, hey, you guys want to like make me But also like halfway through the experience of eating a bacon, egg, and cheese. No, bacon and egg. I keep saying bacon, egg, and cheese. A bacon, egg, and cheese without the cheese. I like take it out of the sandwich and I'm like, I just want the bagel now. Just so many flavors happening. Like, I'm done. How may I help you? You can help me by giving me this. Nope. I'll take 2 of these, I guess. Excuse me, Joy? Looks around, I don't know. I think you watched the wrong video. Does it actually? Hello? It's not canon. I mean, I would like to see it. I haven't had breakfast in like 2 years. Why? Honestly, breakfast is my favorite fucking meal. It's so fucking good. Oh, these things? Oh, I forgot about the trials. Yeah, I guess. I guess I'm ready. I mean, I do too, but I'll eat breakfast at 1 o'clock. I don't care. IDGAF. Breakfast is a state of mind. I wanted to test the silent trial. True. It's a state of mind. I wanted to test her anger. I wanted to test her mind. I twerk to the music. Hi, Crimson. Welcome in. Welcome back, Maddie. There's one more thing I forgot to mention. Many strong Pokemon in their home are stronger than the ones out in the fearsome world of Pokemon. A ton of Pokemon in here. Greatest obstacle you'll face. By the way, when you clear the trial, you'll be able to catch the Pokemon in the cavern. With the 7 trials you will face. Whatever. And it begins with now. The trial Captain Ligma. Your name's Ligma now. You're not anything else besides Ligma. Yeah, it's so ugly, Joy. I can't. I'll pass. And watch this. We're gonna murder its ass. And that's how you clear. Work dish. Joy, did you see what Dead by Daylight posted? They were like, we're adding a new feature for the mid-chapter update that we're gonna... Did you see that post? Hello? They were like, we're adding a new feature. They're like announcing the announcement. Go take a peek. They're adding a new feature. Nobody knows what it is. They're like, we'll let you know soon. I'm like, what is it? They're adding sex to Dead by Daylight. We won. Yeah, they're everywhere in this game. Finally. There's nothing inside. Wow. Lame. I want a Leafeon. Ugh. That's exactly what I came to see. There's a joke in there. Of course, I like the Twinkie character. Shocker. Real surprise, Nem. Also, speaking of Dead by Daylight, I hope they add... Oh, well, damn. So you know how in Dead by Daylight, obviously this is not going to sound like the best, but it's just how they mechanic their game. You know in Dead by Daylight that each survivor has like a stock, like a build, like all the male characters are based on the male stocky type, and all the women in the game, they're built on like a smaller frame. They all have, there's like a model that they use and then they adjust it to fit each character, but it's obviously formed between unfortunate gender roles that they're just modeling on under. When are they gonna add a character that's like a femboy and that uses like the more feminine build? I want them to add that. I want them to add like a more like feminine type male character, like ASAP. Like I want to play a feminine male character, and I don't want them to like make him like stocky and like buff. Like I want him to be literally femme. When are they gonna do that? Right? I also want like a very, like I want a tall, muscular, like step on me, crush my balls woman. Well, I'm doing something right. I see you later. Well, I mean, Survivor. Sorry. I know there's like Jane and Hattie, but I want one with like arms, legs, six-pack, like wrestler. Like Rhea Ripley. Ooh, fuck. They also need to make like a bimbo character. They need to be like Trisha Paytas, Pamela Anderson, Helen Shivers. Like I want them to make like a like the trope of blonde bombshell. Yeah, like Lindsay from Total Drama. 100%. When they do a Total Drama Island chapter in Dead by Daylight, that's my rights. They do that one episode, the killer episode, where there was a killer in the campus and they had him as a killer in Dead by Daylight. We would win. Not Rachel Berry. I'm gonna start rewatching Teen Titans. I just resubscribed to HBO Max. I'm gonna be so upset. You're gonna see me tweet about it for like the next 4 weeks if I watch this movie. I'm gonna watch the Apocalypse War, where Starfire gets torn apart by zombies, Beast Boy dies in a plane crash with Harley Quinn, Cyborg gets lost in space, Raven is traumatized from all the events, and Nightwing goes insane and has to be bound by a straitjacket. That movie is insane. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? They made a Avengers Endgame style DC movie, animated movie, cartoon, and the Teen Titans get fucked up. Wonder Woman gets eaten in half, I think. I think she gets ripped in half or her arm ripped off. And who else gets fucked up? Zatanna, I think, dies from getting eaten alive. It's so insane. It's so insane. It's called Justice League Dark Apocalypse War. It's on HBO Max. But Apocalypse is spelled with a K, and then, like, it's spelled weird. But, like, Darkseid is, like, taking over the world and fully, like, has, like, aliens kill every single superhero and supervillain. I poke your lips, War. True. True. I don't know what to say. My brain just turned off. Who wants to go to the Paramore concert with me? Rise up. Stand up. Is it real that they're having a concert? I want to go. I used to go to Paramore concerts all the time when Taylor was in the band. I had the biggest crush on Taylor when he was in Paramore. Is he still in it? He's so hot. Or was. I don't know what he looks like now. I haven't seen him in years. Let me look. What's his last name? Taylor York. Is this his page? That is not Taylor York. Does he not have an Instagram? Hope he does. Only 2 posts? What the fuck, Taylor? Anyway, he's fine. Damn. They are going on tour. Oh my god, all 3 of them are still in the band. I was shocked. Avril Lavigne, Paramore, and My Chemical Romance. I want to go. There's a Paramore concert in November in New York, but they're 400 tickets. I mean, 400 for tickets. There's also one in Chicago in November. But I also want to go to Survivor Series in Boston, and that's in November. There's one in Kansas. The fuck? Is there none in Boston? I feel like that's kind of bullshit. There's some in Vegas, some in Los Angeles, Canada. There's one in Canada? Chicago, New York. There's none in Boston. Don't even. I predicted Adam Levine's downfall. I don't even. Bands just aren't coming to Boston, and I don't know why. Wow. We fucking lost, I guess. Is Rhea Ripley coming to Boston for Survivor Series? I want to meet her. I will go in drag in Rhea Ripley cosplay to meet Rhea Ripley. Hi, Rhea Ripley. Are you coming to Boston for Survivor Series? This is my personal question. Or Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan, I will do anything to meet you. I will pay an amazing amount of money to meet you. I know you're the champ, but I've been a fan since day one, baby. Riot Squad. Hashtag. This one, October, Austin, Texas. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Pink, SZA, Casey Musgraves, Paramore, Lil Nas X. That sounds lit. Oh, that's like next week. Okay, excuse me. That's also during TwitchCon, so I can't. I want to, what the fuck? Yeah, let me pay $800 to see Paramore. Girl, please. Maybe I'll go to the Chicago show because I've been wanting to go to Chicago. True. I wonder how tall, like, how tall is Rhea? I wonder what our height difference is. The way I could have met Alexa Bliss when I was in Texas in March, she was right down the street. That makes me so upset to this day. Rhea is not 5'8". What? I'm taller? Huh. Still thinking about how I met Kelly Kelly. That was kind of iconic. Bazinga. Oh, please, you're ugly. Nobody moved. Girl, watch me insta-kill this. I will literally end you. The way I almost have a full party of Pokemon, like, what is that? Also, the 3 FPS, you better work. Crickets. Oh. Yeah, I surely know whose favorite Pokemon this is. I want Domino's, Maddie, like so bad, like so bad. I want a 30-piece boneless chicken from Domino's. I don't care. Not Leah Michelle, please. Yo, Shadi, we should... She's not gonna answer me. I don't even know why I'm trying. I guess because I can't get Domino's, I'm gonna have another coffee cake. These coffee cakes are so good. I'm gonna gain so much weight from just eating boxes of these. We won! Pizza? Ooh. Do totem Pokemons have more HP? Probably. Not against me though, bitch. I could not imagine getting pasta from Domino's. I'm so sorry. The way this is still the tutorial, like, please. Oh, shit. That probably would have been nice to have the volume up, but this game is really loud. It makes it hard to speak. Where is Curtis? Where is the sexiest trans mask daddy? Like, where is he at? Man goes to the gym in my merch and takes the hottest pics in the gym. And he's like actually a daddy. So like, I won. Trans men's supremacy. I know, like, he literally has a kid and I'm like, give me attention. His baby is so cute though. Non-binary little baby. And his kid is a Pisces, so we fucking won. His kid's due date was supposed to be my birthday. So we have that bond. I know, I love Curtis so much. I want to hang out with Curtis again. I miss him. Guys, this drink my friend left keeps like getting into my hands and like somehow appearing on camera. It's crazy. Crazy. I didn't want to kill it. It's because my friend's drink distracted me. Did you guys see that? Like, it just threw me off. Not the oop. Asa, please. I agree, Joy. I mean, there's two flip sides to the coin. I love like T for T relationships because they like that bond of like being comfortable with someone else, like being trans. But also I enjoy when a cis like guy is understanding of trans as well. You know what I mean? I like it, just like brings me a lot of joy when actual men don't like sexualize you and like make you a fetish. They like actually listen to like your transness. But those are very rare. Those are very rare to find. Cis men that are like open to listening and like learning. Ugh, excuse me, fuck. Coffee cake got me fucked up. I want the Diglett because I want the wigs. Come at me. This is gonna be a Yongoose, I know it. Oh, perfect. Level 11. Do you think it'll survive a hit? Let's see. If I hit it one more time, it's gonna die. Hello? That's embarrassing for you. I'm so sorry. No! Hello? I didn't even move. Oh, please. You're funny. I just disassociated for a couple seconds. I'm so sorry. So, am I the only one that doesn't like that Disney Dreamlight Alley game? Am I the only one? I guess I am. I can't even say that with Asa in the room because Asa has four days of hours on it. So how many hours is that? 96 hours. Okay. I need like action. If I could fight the people in Disney, I'd be like, bah, bah, bah. Let's do it. No, I'm not a big fan of like, I think Slime Rancher and Animal Crossing are probably the only two that are like kind of bearable for me. But that's it. For me, para me, spooky me. I want a Diglett. Hey, Navi. I agree. I'm glad we can agree on something, Maddie. Where did Diglett go? He's disappeared. He's died. Well, because you like straight boy games. Fuck! Sorry. I have like, my head hurts so bad right now because I have a caffeine headache. Like, I'm so... Do I give myself more caffeine or do I stop? It's like, it's that middle area. It's annoying. Where is Diglett? You drink water? No. Oh, okay, that's better. These Zubats can fuck off. If I get another Zubat, it's a wrap. Oh, go to fucking hell. Die. I'm gonna murder all the Zubats in this cave so none of them can appear. Watch it. Ew, I hate Geodude. Get out of here, freak. Guys, I'm really craving eggs now ever since we were talking about bacon, egg, and cheese. I want eggs. How do you guys like your eggs? That's a question for the chat. I like my eggs over hard. Over hard. I want it fucking burnt. No, Marshall, you're gonna tell me how you like your eggs and you're gonna fucking like it. Okay, weakling. You don't want to share how you like your fucking eggs? Weak. What the fuck? Do you like the one that just looks like it's like cummy schmummies on a plate? Is that the kind you like? That it's like barely cooked? I'm not moving until Marshall tells me how he likes his eggs. Is there a different taste between the egg and the yolk? Oh, you like that sensation in your mouth? You little gay boy. You like the yolk in your mouth? You like those eggs in your mouth, you little gay boy? Evacuation gay boy, more like it. Little gay. That post I sent you the other day? Gay people are so easy. You say you, oh yeah, and they go crazy. Yeah, you like that egg in your mouth? Oh yeah? Hilarious, actually. Your mom wants to learn water pulse. So proud of her. I think the Winkle is gendered is a male, and it's called your mom. So true. I don't need that. Why are there so many different terms for how you like your eggs? It's so weird. Girl, this Pokemon's so ugly, die. I feel like I've done nothing this stream, but I've done everything at the same time. I'm being productive. Yes, God, honey, the Boots house. Yes, ma'am. I can't. When the Pokédex is so minimal that it's the same Pokemon over and over again, I'm bored. Exactly. If you're a Pokemon and ugly, like, what is your job? Like, maybe fix that. Ever think of that? I don't, oh. I don't need this. Hello? Oh, this is where they introduce Oricorio. What are you doing over there? The FPS? Struggling. Hey, Queen. I was gonna catch it, but it died. Work. I thought that was a shiny Pokemon, but it's just Nectar. I don't like this Pokemon. Ooh, this is gonna be tragic for her. I didn't want to use that. Fuck. I wasn't thinking. What is it up? Like, what is happening? I'm like so I don't know what's happening. Is it just like the like gambling and then like the popular streamers being toxic? My girlfriend always disappears somewhere. Maybe she's the type who can't help wandering off when she spots something interesting. Girl, I think she dumped your ass. Hi, meow meow. Thank you. Sorry, I just felt like I was gonna throw up, honestly. Woo! I'm gonna go lay down for a little bit. Like, just like 5 minutes. Like, don't feel good right now. I'll be back. Okay. I'm gonna try to get some food in my system. High safety. Lewis and Booba, thank you for the follows. I didn't want to kill it. My Pokemon is just so over level. Thank you, safety. Mm-hmm. I literally just haven't eaten all day. Like, I felt so sick. Already? Doesn't he have Rowlet? I know, same, Maddie. I want it so bad. They don't fucking deliver to my location. And I don't have a car. I literally just want a cheese pizza and I want 30-piece boneless wings. I don't care. I literally don't care. IDGAF. Excuse me. Hey, King's Rare. New route check. Can we get some new fucking Pokemon? Please? I'm gonna... Oh. A Mankey? Does Mankey evolve into something? Well, I guess we'll never know because we fucking killed it. Is Apom in this game? Guys, is Apom in this game? Guys, is Apom in this game? I don't think he is. I'm gonna have a meltdown. I'm literally gonna have a breakdown. I can't do this. I can't do this. I love Apom. I know he's not in this game. I like already know he's not. No! That makes me even more sad. Now I'm traumatized. Now I don't want to play. I'm so sad. Is there only Mankeys and Spearows on this? Like, hello? Spanky Jackson. My queen. The way I like actually don't... I love that everybody loves Gallery and Ponyta, and I'm just like, yeah, it's a Pokemon that exists. She doesn't really serve for me. I don't know. Something about it. That's what I would name it if we caught Mankey. Okay, I guess there's no Pokemon. I'm going to do one more random encounter. If there's nothing good, then I'm leaving. Okay, we're done. No, it doesn't. It's blue and purple. That's not the trans flag colors. It's... You're crazy. Okay, you're gonna pay for my contacts? We won. Can we go to another island? This island sucks. Get me out of here. Oh, do I have to fight him? Probably. Oh, then I have to get the tapu before I leave. Oh my god. Hi. Yeah. I will literally destroy you, fucking noob. Why is he kind of... Sorry. What level was it? Oh. Cake. One shot. Let's go. Let's fucking go, gamers. What is fighting week 2? Oh, oops. Fighting is also super effective against Ghost. My bad. Let's see if this hits first. Oh, get wrecked. You don't like the name? Oh! Oh, fuck you. Oh, get owned? Let's go, your mom. Your mom is soloing? Your mom is soloing? Please stop. Your mom gonna get a crit? It's health. He's gonna use a full restore. Eat my hole. How are the Pokies? Thank you so much, Chags, for the subscription of 3 months. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Thanks for being here. Get owned. Wrecked. Wait, no, I can't use the flying move on what's his name. Damn. We'll just use Monty Jr. It made me flinch. Oh, get wrecked. I made you flinch this time. Gotcha, bitch. I'm gonna do it again. Crit. Oh, the health. My accuracy fell. Stop! None of my moves are gonna hit. Yeah. Got you. Got you. Well played. Thank you so much. I know. I'm a good gamer. Huh. The results came to no surprise. Can someone heal my Pokemon before we do that? I tried turning it up. The volume is very off and on, okay, guys? I can only do so much, okay? If you wish to use the fighting type Z power, move your arms like this and bend your arms like that and pose. It's okay, I'll never need to know that because I'm not gonna have a fighting type. It's okay. So what now? Electro, thank you so much for the follow. Are you able to trade yet? No. Holla, holla. Oh, okay, wow. Not nice to this Taurus. Yeah, it gives you a special outfit. Fucking woo. I'm amazed that you won without using your Z power. Let's have a new Pokemon battle next time we meet. Okay. You guys are weird here. I got a little something for you too. Oh, Pug. False swipe, best move. No, literally, this is literally Kingdom Hearts 2, like, length of prologue. What do you want now? What do you mean you're not a Pokemon trainer? You literally have a Pokemon. Rotom said your mom! Actually, your mom, like a real your mom joke. How do I pull out my ride pager? Now. Oh my god. Gotta go fast. Is this my house? It is. Can I get off the horse? Hello. Okay. She says there's rare Pokemon somewhere. Mother knows best. Can I look at the map? Like, is that a crime? Where am I going? What's the objective? Let's go here. Okay. I don't remember this feature at all in the game when I played. Like, what is happening? Did I go the wrong way? What is happening? I did. Methinks. So true. And we should. Do you think a Pokemon could actually kill somebody? The answer is yes. What the? Oh. I didn't know you could do that. Oh, we're breaking shit. Wait, there's new grass here. Wait, new Pokemon check? Let's see. Considering Palkia and Dialga almost did in that movie, probably, yeah. Okay, literally. Where is the class? Oh my. Great! Now die. Meat pop? Ew. And you're dead. Bye, Flop. Metapod is giving Nemesis today by using Harden. Is that what you're saying? Sorry. There was something in my throat. Oh, Spinarak. Too bad I don't fucking like this Pokemon. Die. Evolution for Squishy Dicky? Not yet. Not yet. I need you! I love Bonsly. Come home. I love Bonsly so much. Please don't kill him. I want him on the team. What do I do now? I want both of them. The way my Pokemon's gonna die. Don't kill him, please. Oh my god, perfect. Don't! You're sick. I'm not killing Bonsly. Do I have to kill the... Okay. The way they're literally devouring me. Oh my god, I have to kill the Happiny. Girl. What was that? Why are they clearing me? What is happening? Fighting for my life just to get this fucking... I'm literally being devoured right now, Marisol. Thank you so much for resubscribing. I love you. I'm... Oh my god, this Happiny is like a god! She's gonna use Psychic on me. Oh! This bitch! Wait, Kittens, your birthday? You didn't want to mention that? Oh, really, Jay? Is that so? Is that true? I will murder this Bonsly right now. I will murder his ass. I didn't want to make it all about me. It's your literal birthday. Happy birthday, Kitten. I love you so much. Everybody go follow Kitten's channel. Kitten plays great games on their channel, so please follow them. Okay, guys. Guys, I'm gonna have a meltdown. I want both of them. Deforestation starts with you. He's murdered. We've got him now. I don't want to odor sleuth. What the? Can I just like... I'm just gonna like throw this at her and pretend like something's gonna happen. She's not gonna go in it. Oh, she gagged me! I know, that's right. We won. Thank you for that tip, Jay. Because I would have just murdered her. Miss Gagstress. Oh, she gags. She gagged us. Okay, Bonsly. Wait, we need to heal my Pokemon. Okay. All my Pokemon are fucking dead. What? I want Munchlax too! Oh. Okay. 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 Things are happening. Okay, but Apom isn't in this game, so I'm still upset about it. Okay? Okay? Apom is a big loss. And it doesn't have Darumaka, and it doesn't have Trapinch. Fuck! Don't die, don't die, don't die. Fuck! Penis! My luck. I go buy a lottery ticket. And I predicted Adam Levine's demise. I need to go buy a lottery ticket, like, actually. Okay, we'll go back there because that route is good. You're up late. Okay, the Pokemon Center bitch dragging my ass. Excuse me. I can't believe we have to keep your mom in the party. I can't. Fuck! Okay, I'm sorry. We're moving you. No. I think we're gonna move Growlithe. I want your mom to evolve into Pelipper, because I feel like that would be a slay moment. Big mouth. Big beak. Ah, fuck. I can't believe you've done this. Yummy beak. Where can I get an Everstone? I want an Everstone. Okay. A critical hit. Control, Alt, and delete it. I mean, penis, 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 penis. I skip around the stage. Sorry. Where's Bonsly? Well, welcome in everybody coming in. Late night for everybody. Marisol, RD, Jay, everybody walking in. Welcome in. Hi, besties. Control, alt, then deleted. I, me. I want a fucking bond slide. Give it to me now. You won't like me when I'm angry. Fuck you, Maddie. Fuck Metapod. Fuck Metapod. Fuck Metapod. Fuck Metapod. What the? My anti-bird agenda continues. Die. And that's why I hate birds. Never liked them. Never. Not once. I'm getting every other Pokemon besides Bonsly right now. Do you guys say Bonsly or Bonsly? Wasn't Bonsly like a main character in the anime? Wasn't he like Brock's partner for a while? Bonsly. My boyfriend says Sly. And my boyfriend says nothing, because he doesn't fucking exist. Level up! Control, then delete it. Please, Bonsly. Spawn Bonsly. Fuck Pika-Peck. Is that what it's called? Yeah, fuck you. My 7? Is that a reference to something? What about Bonsly Fierce? Yes! I wish I could fit Bonsly Fierce. Are you ready to be Bonsly Fierce? Uh-oh. He's burned. Uh-oh! He's gonna keep taking damage and he might die! Uh-oh! Okay, he didn't call for backup. We need to catch him now. There's no time like the present. Oh, fuck me. Okay, you have to get in the ball, Bonsly. You literally have to get in the ball. Give him a luxury ball. He'll like it there. Give him the life of luxury. There's cocktails for you in there. Yes. Yes. Bonsly is living it up in there. Feather Boa. Louboutin heels. I will never evolve Bonsly. I will never. Never. That's why we need the Everstone. I don't care. I don't care if he's weak as the original. Oh my god, I can fit Bond Slay Fierce. No, I can't. Fuck. Oh, and it's a girl. Bond Slay. Wait, are all my Pokemon guys except for Bond Slay? Oh no. Miss Gagstress is a lady. Oh, hello, House Music. Are you feeling very Slay Fierce today? I found a chicken nugget. You guys saw it. I found one. Oh. I want to randomly encounter a shiny. Like, I really want to. I think it would be so fucking funny. As Slay Fierce as they come. Why are you coming? You just joined. Who's butt coming? Why aren't you? Oh, baby, I already did 3 times. Just like in the hit movie X that everybody says is good, but it's not really good. That guy in X, he had sex 3 times. 3 times in one day. Hi, Nier. Welcome in. Happy to see you. Thank you, house. I gotta heal my Pokemon. And where can we get a haircut? I know. Happy to see you. How are you doing? Can you not change your hairstyle in this game? I have an aggressive bob. We need to change it. Oh, not here. What is that? Apartment hunting? I can't. Is this the hairstyle place? Can I go inside, please? Jesus. Yes. Yes. I would love to get my hair done. Cut and color. Yes. Yes. Gotta love a Toro cat. Now then, what look are you going for? Oh, a romantic tuck. I know a couple things about a romantic tuck. Not chin length bob. Short and bobbed. Long and straight. I mean, I think we have to go with the romantic tuck. Romantic tuck, huh? Oh, yeah. Then what about your bangs? Ooh, I want a nice bang piece. 613 bangs. Oh, yes, romantic tuck with a nice bang piece. What color? I want to go for a platinum blonde. What about a pink brown? Something spicy. Now let's see. Let's see this new hairdo. Oh, wow. I love the romantic tuck. You are sick, house music. We are nasty. Wait, we just healed them. I'm stupid. I was like, I literally just bleached my hair pink. I didn't know. Okay, this this is gonna embarrass me on the live. I didn't know when you like bleach or like dye your hair that like it just doesn't come out like naturally. Like you have to cut it off and restart. I'll stick to wearing wigs. Like if I dyed my hair, like if I dyed my hair bleach blonde, yeah. If I like dyed my hair bleach blonde and it like ruined it, no. Ideally, in a perfect world, I'd want to bleach my hair blonde so I can just have naturally blonde hair, but it would it would like stop the like growing it out. And it also would ruin my curls. Oh, thank you, Ula. Thank you so much. I thought people really didn't like it. Like I was looking at the VODs and I don't really care about numbers, but I was like, oh damn. Like I thought people liked Sunshine, but it seemed like people didn't really enjoy the series. So thank you for your appreciation. No, like I can't. If I'm not going back to short hair. I don't want to look like a man. I can't. I can't. I think the only reason I would ever cut off my hair would be for wigs. And that's it. Like if I did like a wig install. But like, still. Hi, Hangry. Happy to see you. Hi, Lauren. And you turned that hair into a wig. Okay. You have me. You have me. I don't agree. No. A good idea, though. I agree. I gotta say, I feel like I enjoyed Sun and Moon more than most people. That's what we're coming to the consensus as. Because, like, if you really think about this gen, a lot of things from this generation kind of stick out. A lot of the trainers are pretty iconic. Guzma, Acerola, Olivia, Mallow, Kiawe, Kukui, Guzma, Skullurina, or whatever her name is, Plumarina. She's part of Team Skull. Oh my god, I need to do a look like her for this series. Mina. I need to do so many looks for this series. I need to do Mina, Plumarina, and Mallow, Lana, and Lily. Well, let's get to fucking steppin'. What the? How did he just jump like that? Okay, Super Saiyan. Good night, Asuka. Thank you for hanging. All right, we're off the starter island. We finally did it. We finally fucking did it. Remember when Lily said her Pokemon was a secret? Yeah. You're not good at keeping that secret, Lily. Oh my god, it's Mallow and Olivia! Girl boss team coming up. Here comes they're coming to gag us. The gags. The gagstresses. Mother! I want her boobs in my mouth! What? Sorry. I love women. That was so... The way my character looks so disassociated from reality, she's just like... Like, please. God, fucking Kukui is so hot too. He's the hottest professor of all time. I just wanna... Do I have a pair of overalls? No. Damn. I have like a denim thing. I don't want to buy overalls. Ugh. Shut up. I don't even know who. What's Sinnoh? Who are the starters in that region? You like that man? So you like grandpas? Thank you so much, Ula. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, all my VODs are on YouTube if you ever want to rewatch them. I just use it because it's easier to organize VODs and replays than Twitch's, because like Twitch VODs, there's really nowhere to like put them. But YouTube has a really good like sorting, because I can make thumbnails and make it look pretty. Oh, the new Pokemon Snap Professor. Yeah, he was hot. I was down bad for that man. Oh, new clothes store, check. Yeah, that's great, Lily. Move, I want to go get new clothes. I push her out of the way. Let me in, please. Lore dump, my God. Now look what you did. You made the Pokemon cry, Lily. The way she said, shut the fuck up and shoved him in the bag. Oh, wow. Anyways, whatever she said, I'm going to go shopping. They're so cute. Oh, look at them dancing. I would love to buy. Ooh, these are cute. These aren't. Oh, got the Rita shirt. That's cute. Ew, what are these mom skirts? The length. That's not. Wow, what a great store. There's literally nothing in here. Houndstooth tank. Is that Professor Oak on my shirt? Okay. It's giving Uncle Sam on my shirt. Like, why would you wear that? Girl, please! This is so ugly! Those shoes were way too expensive. Did you just see how much those shoes were? They were like 14 grand. Now we have some character to our trainer. Can I get a new bag? Like, this bag is ugly. Sir, you're taking up the whole aisle. Can you fucking move a little bit? Like, hello? All right. I'm not scared of you and your fucking dog. I feel like I'm the only person that really wasn't, like, a fan of Rockruff. I was like, oh, cool, I guess. Hello? Who's this gay boy? Dexio? A beautiful name for a beautiful lady. Cena? Right. Uh-huh, okay. So true. Alert the police! He really just did this to taunt me? That is so fucked. Oh, y'all need to kill him. I know your weaknesses. I know your weaknesses. I know what you are. You would be nothing without me. Nothing without me. I made you! Well, let's hope I have a faster speed than this Espeon. Why is this, like, guy just, like, flexing on me with the Pokemon that I want? Like, what is your problem? Like, actually. Well, I do not have faster speed than that Espeon. Anyway. This is gonna, like, kill me, like, as soon as I... I don't think you should do that. You should stop. You should stop. Stop right where you are. Murder it. Please get a crit. Fuck. Oh yeah, do that. No, wait, don't. Actually, I can't. I was joking. I was joking. I was joking. Fuck me in the ass. Why does it have an oval stone? Hello? Well, I'm dead. Yes. Your mom won it for us. Fuck yeah. Miss Gagstress leveled up. Oh, Bondslay leveled up. Okay, can your little like friend not fight me next? Because I do not have health. Let's ignore. Let's not. Also, why are you guys wearing sunglasses? What's going on there? This is a Pokemon game. We need to see your face. Okay. Uh-huh. Anyway, moving on. What Pokemon are on this route? If I see a Rattata or if I see a fucking Spearow, I'm going bullshit. Does that guy have his shirt off? What was that? Oh. I will eradicate all of these Rattatas. I thought you were cute at the beginning of the game. You're not cute anymore. I lied. I'm sick of you. Do you have your shirt off, sir? I can't see him. Oh, definitely not having his shirt off. Oh. Die. Oh, I should have used Dark. It doesn't matter. It's dead. Haha. Bondslay, level up. Ooh, Rock Throw's a good move. Don't forget to leave a tip. Oh, he wants the tip? Tina, the horse is here. Thank you, Star Child. Pina, the horse fainted. Oh, I'll take this. Slay. Give me a good Pokemon, please. Can you go back to X and Y? Get out of here, little pup. Nobody moved. Oh! I just want Slowpoke. Release me from this pain. Shiny, right here. Please don't kill it. Yes! Probably Leafeon. Leafeon's one of my favorite Pokemon. Oh, fuck. Not my Pokédex being 3% done. Looks around. What's down here? Oh, we found some shrooms. Oh. I have no idea who that is. No idea. I probably will if I saw a picture. A picture! Yeah, I found a booger. Like, what was that? Look at this fucking nerd. Sorry. If anybody's new to my channel, I would love to have you back for the October season. We do a series every year called 13 Streams of Halloween. I do 13 looks, 13 streams of horror games and Halloween festivities, and it starts very soon, so I'd love to have you then. What? Excuse me? Beauty Nova Pokemon. Many fans to be a transgender woman mentions that half a year ago. Oh, wow. The fan art I'm seeing of this person, I can't. Let me put my phone down. Jesus. What? That health? You're lying to me. You're a funny guy. In front of my eyes. It's my first time here, but the October campaign sounds really cool. I'd love to make it to more streams. I'd love to have you here. Everybody can vouch. My Halloween series is like peak NemesisLacroix. Peak Nemesis Network. As long as we don't play the wrong games like we did last year. When we started with In Sound Mind, we were really not in our bag with that, but it's fine. This year, we're gonna start with Mortuary's Assistant. Dang! Yeah, I have a list of all the games we're gonna play. Well, I mean, apparently on Thursday we're gonna play Slime Rancher 2 because it literally comes out in 2 days. But okay, I guess. Didn't realize it was literally in 2 days. I just tried using my stylus on my phone. You saw that, right? Okay, anyways. For Halloween this year, we have Mortuary's Assistant, Resident Evil 0 and 1, Silent Hill Maria DLC, Dead Space, Bayonetta 3, Resident Evil 8 DLC, Eternal Darkness, The Suffering, Fatal Frame 2, Obscure 2, Rule of Rose. And then probably more, but... yeah, I'm excited. It's funny that, like, literally a year ago, I fucking played Obscure 1, and now a year later, I'm finally gonna play the sequel. It's funny, actually. Like, yeah, and then I'm gonna play the Maria DLC after a year after I played Silent Hill 2. Like, come on, girl. I am so... I need a little break. Takes a year break from the game. Honestly, though, considering replaying the entirety of Silent Hill 2 just because it's one of my favorite games we've ever played, but we'll see what happens. We'll play it day by day. Yeah, I gotta play Bayonetta 2 ASAP. I think Slime Rancher, this... Ugh, then we're not gonna be able to, like, progress through this. It's... The October madness is starting. The Oktoberfest! Oh, thank you, House Music. I think I'm gonna clean up my Instagram a little bit just for the Halloween season and just, like, make it only my photo shoots that are in 3s. I think I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Just gonna archive all the other posts. But thank you, I appreciate it. I honestly, like... Because that look I premiered a year prior to that, and then I reshot it, and I looked so much better. It's crazy, like... In my mind, I'm like, you shouldn't repeat looks, but every time I do repeat looks, I look so much better and I slay harder. Just because, like... that phenomenon of, like, Drag Race, right? Like, how people, like, oh my god, like, remember when Vivian re-wore her promo look for one of the events for press week? And everybody was like, oh my god, she's re-wearing looks. I'm like, yeah, she should. Like, why not? They cost a lot of money. But, like, that, in my mind, I'm like, people are looking at you like, you're reusing looks, damn, you're a flop. Because that's, like, what the Drag Race fandom is like. If that makes sense. Oh yeah, we should get rid of something for this. Fight unleashes a grudge. Yeah, let's do this. I mean, yeah. I think it's a lot easier to rewear basics. Like if you had like a white shirt and you paired it with something else, I think it's so much easier. But like when I make some of my looks, for example, the nurse look or the mismatched flannel look, it's obvious that that's like a thing. Also, your clown looks with little symbols on your face were such a moment. You should bring those back sometime. Thank you. Well, I don't know if I ever explained, like, that was when that time in my life was such a dark place, and like all I could really think of was creating art. I'm trying to like, the music is like really obnoxious right now. Like, please, is it that serious? But the clown series was a dark place in my life. Like, I remember that's when me and my ex like called it off like forever, and like I was just so like traumatized and like just everything. So in my mind I was like, let me create art out of it, and that's where the blue clown look comes from. But then the other ones followed because I wanted it to represent every emotion I was having. So the blue one was sadness, the pink one was lust, like just like wanting to find love, and then the red one was pain. The yellow one was spiraling because like yellow is a color that creates anxiety. So that's where I went with that look. And then the gray one was just like feeling like numb to like all emotions. So that series holds a place in my heart because it was so personal, and I created it for me, like only for me, and then everybody else loved it. But I love painting like a clown. I just haven't done it I don't know why I haven't. Like, painting like a clown is so fun. Like, just like exploring shapes. Like when I did the squiggly eyebrow for New Year's. I get a little more with drag because they're usually more intricate looks. People want to see different things. Yeah. I mean, like, I probably won't wear this top for like 5 months. But like my white turtleneck I'll wear all the time. But that's me. Para me. Spooky me. I wear this wig all the time. It doesn't matter. I consider this wig my hair. But I know people that won't wear the same wig. They're like, I've already wore this wig. Among Us. True. You spelled. Did I come in at a bad time? No, we're just chilling. I've been playing this nonstop for like 4 hours now, so I'm just kind of like chilling. It's 25, not 45. Get it right, twink. I will never judge anyone for wearing the same thing because I have maybe 5 shirts that I wear all the time. Yeah, none of them being a Nemesis Network shirt. I think that's kind of interesting and very telling. Oh my god! This clip? I'm gonna post it in the Discord wrestling section. This clip of Sasha, oh. My repeats tracksuit attire. No, they actually are though. Like, I'll wear my Nemesis redacted doll shirt. Not shirt, hoodie, because it's very comfortable, but I'll put other shirts over it. because they're really comfy. I don't know what Threadless makes their shirts, but they're so comfy. Like, actually, like, I literally wear my own shit to bed. I shit myself in bed. I've stolen Anne's before, please. I want to get the wrestling one with the little patch on the side. It's not like an entire thing. It's like on the little side right here. It's like a little logo, like a pocket. You know those shirts? Because I have a Paramore one that the Paramore logo is like right here on the chest. What was the... Oh, it's Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby. We have to finish that. I started that series so long ago and I never finished it. I spent $70 on that game to play it. Dude, she literally is so mad at them. She kicks the shit out of Alexa. Like, damn. I love Sasha, but shit. I hope for WWE 2K23, 2K offers me something, because I would love to be like the drag queen face for that. I hope something comes about when that comes around in March. Manifesting, putting it out in the universe. I wonder what the roster is going to be like in that game and like what they're going to add that's different than 22. You know? What's up here? Oh, this part sucks. Why does the start of this game suck so bad? They do it every year, House Music. The only reason they didn't do it in 2021 is because the game was extremely buggy and very rushed, so they took a year break. But 2K does, like, you know how they do like NFL 2K22, FIFA 2K22, they do it every year, so they do it for wrestling games too. Hi Fisher. Hi Pissa. I'm considering taking off this fishnet and putting on a sweater, the matching sweater to these pants. It's getting late and I just want to be comfy. Usually they release it before the year of on the title too. No. They do it purposely that way. I think. I don't know math. Would anybody be mad if I switch my shirt? The fishnet's becoming very uncomfortable. I'd like to take it off, please. Why would that make me mad? Because I fucked your mom. So I don't know. It's Udi time. Okay. I'll leave you with Miltank. Watch Miltank's big fat... Okay. I guess not. Hello? I guess I smacked my microphone. Hold on. I look ugly. Oh, I look terrible. Okay, I'm fixing it. What is that? Please. Enough. Can you please? Well. I'm comfy. I wear this just around the house. I'm dead serious. This is how I dress around my house lately. Booty fucked this up. Like, they look... These are cute as fuck. Oh, he wants to fight? Boo. I'm gonna eat some chips. What chips should I have? Oh, I need scissors for this? Not where I'm going. Haha, got you. Would you like one? That's not fair. I can't do that. Hey, stop. Get fucked. I'm fucking up these chips. They're good. Organic sea salt white corn tortilla chips. Yummy. Very delicious. Yummy, so yummy. That's the guy from Fortnite. Whoever goes to bed next has to give me $100 before they go to bed. I don't make the rules. God told me you have to do that. God himself told me you have to do that. Is she in Fortnite? This one looks yummy. You guys like this gameplay? Listen, I love having trans characters in Fortnite. What do the billets say? We're not here to judge your drag. Drag is art and art is subjective. And Dreamer's drag is fucking shit. I don't like her outfit. I'll eat my chip to that. That's exactly why I don't like her. She looks like Nikki ASH. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, do you like this slogan? You can't read it because it's backwards, but it says, just the best tortilla chip. Just the best. I agree. I do some sexy ASMR like Amaranth and how she licks her microphone with her titties out and just like... Hey! I was just standing here and this grandma wants to fight me. Carbink is such a stupid Pokemon. Like, this thing is fucking ugly. I know, the little toesy woesies. I thought the feet had 6 toes. I was like, hey, yo. More for me to munch on, baby. Sorry. Just a joke. You did not just use a full fucking restore. This grandma's gonna get it. I'm pushing her down and not calling for help. I'm eating more tortilla chips. She's stressing me out. I need to smoke a cigarette. Would you like me to get you some dill pickle chips while I push you around in a stroller? I think 32, Joy. What is this Pokemon weak to? Joy? You can't joke about that. Joy, you can't make jokes about that. That's not funny. She was a person and had a family, Joy. You can't make jokes about the queen. I can't fit this chip in my mouth. Did you just see me struggle to do that? Ah. People were so funny, like when she like literally just died. They were like, guys, so sad the queen just died. Like, I can't believe she just died. Like, do you guys hear yourself? Miss Thing was like 97. All right, her family was probably like, all right, we already said our goodbyes about 10 times. Like, come on, be serious. James Charles? Sorry. I was really hoping you were gonna say that. Everyone just is posting on Be Real, but like in reality, I want to be inside your mom. Got you. Fucking got you. Wait. If I do this, this is gonna be the best clip on my channel. No. I want to catch it in my mouth and say your mom. Fuck, I was so close. Fuck! Fuck. Guys, I'm so close to getting it in my mouth. Eh. It hit my forehead. Okay, take 18. I broke it! There's so much happening. Fuck, it hit my corner of my mouth. Hold on. Fuck! I think it's too big. Okay. It went in my mouth and jumped out. It just hit me on the forehead. Is it in my wig? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Help! I found it. Where'd it go? I lost it again. Oh, it's on my shirt. I'm done. I'm tired. Yes, it was a nebulous turtle. Gosh. Straight men trying to find the clit. There was this clip I saw earlier of some guy that was like, he got your nose. And then he goes, got your clit. And then the girl just stared at him and he was like, mm. I'm still in this fight. I can't. It's always me and who, but never who and me. That actually made sense. And it's actually good. Wait. My mind? Good one, Nem. Fuck you, house music. You see this? I'm gonna shove this in your fucking eyeball. Thinking about how house music one day in the Discord was like, fuck you, Maddie. No one likes you. That was so... That was so wrong. I giggled. I definitely giggled. Literally, she's gonna use a full restore right here, guys. Like, literally watch this. I can't do this. Miss Gagstress, save us. Yeah. That was really aggressive. That was pointed. That was for all you twinks out there. Fuck you. I am so feral right now. She just murdered me in one hit. Maddie isn't even here. Well, Maddie said they were here after their meeting and then disappeared again. It's interesting that Maddie always just randomly disappears. Do you guys notice a pattern? Interesting, isn't it? Just like how they say she's always playing Wizard 101, but it never is. Makes you think, doesn't it? Yeah, fuck you, Grandma. We fucking beat you, finally. Stupid. Oh, I'm aware. How does an entire... I don't... I don't know. They didn't have two-factor authenticator on Wizard 101 servers, I guess. They DGAF. I'll show you a disgruntled employee. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, she's so cute. The in-depth analysis about the Wizard 101 hacking in my chat right now. True. If you love your job, would you be a gruntled employee? Let's pause at the hypothetical. What is gruntled? What is this adjective? I was literally gonna say that, Joy. Why'd you steal my joke? Wow, Joy. Wow. Yummy. He looks so upset. We gotta feed your mom. Hello? Is Winkle someone's favorite Pokemon? Like, serious question. Oh, bro is fucking chowing down. So true. Oh, I love a bagel. A beagle. When does Ghastly fucking evolve? This guy's been Ghastly for too long. Where's the Haunter action? Where's the Haunter gameplay? Yeah, Ava, we know. My god, it fucking stank. That was perfectly timed. Congratulations. I need to trade him? Oh, I'm getting him out of the party. Fuck this guy. What are we gonna do for Pisces season? Probably cry. The Miltank running. Sending. So do you guys drink the Miltank's milk? Do you pull the udders of the Miltank? Let's pause at the hypothetical and reflect. Do you milk a Miltank? Wait. Ew. Ew, I'm old. I'm old and still living at home. It's kind of sad. Yeah, well, I bet some of you want to drink some milk from some MILF tanks, if you know what I'm saying. Real. All right. Fucking Sticky Penis is getting kicked out of the party. I'm not doing all this fucking shit for you, bro. I'm out. I should have made his name Sticky Penis. Whoever we're getting next, we're naming Sticky Penis. We are naming the next Pokemon Sticky Penis. That's actually such a good name.
Hey, Stinky!
Please articulate your words. I don't understand what you're saying. Some of you have a mommy kink and want some boobs in your mouth. Real. I don't like this route. I'm not enjoying my experience. Get me out of here. Don't touch me. Where am I going? What's the goal? They want me to use what's his name? When did I get this? Work. That's what I get for sticking? For skipping all the dialogue. Who's in here? What random encounter are we gonna get? Legendary! Okay. No. That's not Sticky P. Does not deserve the Sticky Penis name. The legacy of Sticky Penis will not be awarded to a Pika Pack. No. Be real. One kiss is all it takes, falling in love with me. That song's real. Very real. One kiss with me is all it takes, and you're falling in love with me. Oh yeah. I can't, guys. What is this? Oh, it's the headband I'm wearing. Like, what is on my head? I am so unhinged tonight. I'm glad to share this with you guys. So happy you guys are here spending time with me. Would you guys agree? Are you enjoying your time? Sure, why not? Fuck you! You say, yes, Madam Nemesis, I will kiss your feet and give you money, and I love you, madam. I'm so funny. Yeah, whoever falls asleep next is pulling out 100. Give me a Benjamin. Hi, Lib. Exactly. See, Lib has the right idea. Can these fucking ugly Pokemon stop showing up? You are ugly. What do you mean you sit here at 3 p.m.? You could literally fall asleep at any moment. You sleep all day, bro. Guys, what the f— It's 1 a.m. I got home from school and passed out at 4. So slay. True. Do you have school tomorrow? Oh, that will be lovely for you. All-nighter. Legendary right here. No one show Maddie. All right, nobody clip this and show Maddie. Nobody clip this and show Maddie. Gonna fucking kill his ass. Yeah. Legendary right here. Not quite. But Mallow's for Mantis in this game is insane. Oh, but we have a fire type. I had to do this at a water type, but... Ava, I said don't clip it. Grotesque Obedient Meatloaf is the name of that clip. Huh. Anyways. You guys like my profile? Isn't it beautiful? Say yes! I'm gonna kill this bitch. Imagine if I pulled out a gun. Do this sexy chair sit thing? Oh, you mean this? Let me bust out that move. Oh, yeah. This isn't it. Hold on. How did I do it? Oh, here we go. It's right here. Hold on. I had more range last time, and I wasn't wearing baggy clothes. Can't take your eyes off me. Ooh, sexy. In my baggy fucking pajamas. Oh, this angle? Oh, yeah. Oh, you guys like that one, don't ya? The way my chair just automatically moves, like, please. God, all the Pokemon in this region are fucking ugly. Remember when they created Pokemon and they were actually cute? I can't tell you a Pokemon in the last, like, 4 generations that I'm obsessed with. I think they're all fucking atrocious. And I spilled. Name one. Thank you, Lib. I feel like I'm on Snapchat. You guys like half my face, like the fuckboys take on Snapchat. They're like, what's up, babe? Streaks. What? That wasn't about you. If I wanted to make it about you, I could say they send me blank Snapchats with nothing to say in them. I'm fun.
A dragonfly.
If I run into another Lillipup, I swear to God, this fucking Pokemon is so ugly. Let's have a head count in the chat. You guys like this Pokemon? You guys like Lillipup? You guys like Liv? I'm just running around trying to find a nice Pokemon to call my bestie. Are you done? Do you guys like the outfit I'm wearing? Well, you can buy it on Udi's website and use code NemesisNetwork25 at checkout. I don't know. I don't know the decks. Doing squats helps your muscles. Can you guys move? Bitches. What do you guys want? There's no way we'll lose. Okay. I'm sure. Oh, I want an Igglybuff. Go Monty Jr. and your mom. Quite the duo, if you ask me. Look at that, insta-kill. Oh, great. The Igglybuff made my fucking cat horny. Look what you did. Good job. Very good, T. Thank God. Wait, Safety, your sub badge is perfect for Halloween season. How'd you time that? Oh, it's the twink! It's this twink! Literally. Except instead of a hoodie, it would be a button-up. Oh, the music is slay for this guy. You guys hear his theme right now? It's so good. You're non-binary? That's so cool. I just want to eat this. Cannot wait to eat this. Your mom's level 20? Holy moly. How annoying. Angry little Twinkie chwunk. Okay, but Lily and Gladian's mom is so servy. Like, she serves absolute cunt. Like, she's so hot. Not that. They just called him homeless. Hello? Outdated line. Who was the girl in the new Pokemon game that's a serve? Oh, Marnie. Marnie's design is one of my favorites in the new gen. Marnie's so cute. I want to be her. Thank you so much. Okay, we can turn the music down. It's not that serious. Okay, we have to do to the... Hello? Yes, I love Nessa. I thought her name was Vanessa. My bad. Ew, this area looks ugly. Yeah, I think it's Nessa. You're right. Please, guys. I need to get to the... Do I have anything that recovers my pee-pee? I do. Okay, I have to use the restroom really quick. Oh, I'm stuck in my chair. Wow, this is the latest I've streamed in a while. Also the longest. Proud of me. It's the little things. Ow. I'm back, bitches. I forgot we have to fight these guys. Hi, Aphrodite. Ugh! Ugly. As I throw out a Pelipper. Girl, the FPS. Do you guys see this? Are we okay? I want a lollipop. Do you have a fave Pokemon gen? No, I don't actually. I don't think any of them stick out like that's my favorite gen. I just like the games and they're cool. I really cannot tell you one specifically. Oh, Black and White is, I would say, if I were to rate them, probably Black and White would be up there. But like, I can't rate like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did you guys ever play PokeMMO before it got shut down? That was a classic. Wait, why are you saying V? Can't you just say 5? Or is there like a thing there? Wait, no, you're not supposed to learn dark type moves. You're not turning into Umbreon, Eevee. You're not. Can I have it learn Bite and still evolve it into Leafeon? Or does this secure it as Umbreon? I have to? Hi, Kara. Everybody follow Kara. I love Kara so much. Leafeon is just location based, like where you level it up, right? Not like region locked, right? I like their outfits. They're really cute outfits. Right. Okay, perfect. That's what I thought. If you guys like DS content, follow Kara, because me and Kara got our DSs from the same person, and we slay DS streams. Did you finish Professor Layton? This is like really late. Like I remember you played it like a while ago. What's down here? Hello? Oh. I'll pass. Oh, hey, Lana. Gender. They're so gender envy. Cute. That's exciting. I need Lillipup to stay away from me. I need to not see it for like the next like hour. I've seen too many of them. Please stay away. Please stand 5 feet. Do you see that there? What? What do I see? Don't want my tortilla chips going bad. Do we have to swim? Yay, we get to swim. Water type Pokemon, let's go. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hello. Ha! Magikarp. That's not Magikarp. Uh-oh. I need to run away from these and replace Monty Jr. because we're gonna do water stuff and it's a fire type. Uh-ohs. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I don't have any grass types yet. What's that smell? We got something to sell, not wishy-washy. Eye roll emoji. Mmm. Oh, I thought that did damage. Anyways, goodbye. I couldn't get away. Excuse me. Yes, I can. Just walk away. Walk away, yay, yay. I'm good. I can't do this section of the game without a fucking whatever it's called. Leaf type. Grass type. Why couldn't I think? Where is this stone? It's probably somewhere far in here. Oh, it's probably in Mallow's thing. I can't even go up there yet. Damn. Wait, can I? No. That's blocked off. Damn it. I don't know what my best plan of action is. Not sure. The music, I feel like, is so, like, distracting. It's not ambient. It's annoying me. Anyways. I didn't want to press that. I know Bonsai is not a grass type. It's like a fake grass type. But I'm trying to see, like... So we have fire, we have... I can't even count this as fairy because none of her stuff does, like, damage. Oh, rock is weak against fire. I mean, rock is weak against water. I'm stuck. Damn. I look so gross. Please. Do I just save and then, like... Idea forming. What if I... What if I update the game and then do Wonder Trade? Am I even allowed to do that? Is that allowed? Do they even let you do Wonder Trade nowadays? Since this game is like incredibly outdated. I wonder. Is it worth it? I'm afraid it's gonna like corrupt my thing if I save it. Or if I update it. Hello? Oh shit. If I do, I'll just like give it back to the... Okay, hello? Hello? Girl, please. You're okay. You're fine. Update. I could get a Caterpie, but do I want to do that? No. I also just think Wonder Trading is fun, so I want to see if we can do it. I remember Wonder Trade being so fun. I'm sad they like kind of don't have it in the newer games. I'm also just like on this screen, so just in case my information comes up, you guys can't see it. Same. I loved Wonder Trading. Like IDGAF. In order to complete this, a system update is required. Oh my god. Am I allowed to do that? A system update? I'm scared, you guys. Yeah. I don't want to like ruin anything. I don't want to like ruin the capture card. But that guy that I got the DS from, he's like not responding to people. He's like MIA. Oh, can I go to the theme shop on the DS? Oh, I want to look at the theme shop. It looks so gross right now. It's whatever. It's the end of the night. It's fine. IDGAF. Welcome to the theme shop. Oh my god. Guys, look. Star Child, thank you so much for the subscription. If there's a Slowpoke theme, I'm gonna throw up. Oh, I remember there was. Oh my god, I remember there is. I had it on my DS back in the day. Shitting and crying. I remember there is a fucking Slowpoke theme. Ah! I need to get a fucking UK gift card. Yeah, I can. That's how I bought Oras. I bought it without a system update. What do you mean definitely don't update then? You're literally scaring me for no reason right now. Do I even have? Okay, wait. Ah! I'm afraid it's gonna show up my information. But that would be nice, Kara, because I know that guy is like out of office. Like he's like gone. I tried messaging him a while ago when I needed that thing that you gave me. And yeah. Oh, I need to update it. The system update. It must be a new system update then, because I remember I could go and buy stuff. I also want to use the badge arcade. Wait, does the badge arcade close soon as well? I fucking love the badge arcade. I spent money on that shit. I wish I screenshotted what my... Oh my god, please. My DS is... You look. How to figure out your system version 3DS. You can see what version of your system software by accessing the system and looking at the bottom right of your top screen. Okay, yeah, it's right here. Okay. Kara's helping us. We're vibing. I'm sweating. That's what I'm doing. Penis music. Guys, the Game Awards are having a future class induction. Oh, that's mine too, so I shouldn't update it. Interesting. That's weird. Huh. Well, I think I'm gonna end. Kind of worn out a little bit, but I also want to submit me for this Game Awards thing. I want to check it out. hope we can get this. This would be gaggy. I just submitted it in the general chat, the Discord. I'll send an add everything message in the morning in the announcements tab. Interesting. I mean, the problem is, Marshall, that guy just like doesn't, he's like MIA. Like he's like so hard to get a message from. So I guess I'll add him, but I can't get an answer right now. It's 3 in the morning. But anyway, I'm gonna end. Thanks for hanging for the Pokemon stream. I had a lot of fun today. I'll be live again on Thursday, taking Wednesday off. Gonna upload both Pokemon VODs to YouTube because I haven't been able to do that. If you can, please go over to my Twitter. I'm gonna try to pin the tweet of the Game Award nomination because it would be seriously a dream of mine to be considered for something like that because I stream all of the gaming live stuff. So consider going over to my Twitter and submitting a nomination for me, please, because I really would like that. It would mean a lot. It would be a dream come true, and I'm not even just bullshitting you. Please, 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 if you can take like 10 minutes out of your day to submit a nomination for me, please do it. It's over on my Twitter. It's my most recent tweet at NemesisLacroix. But I'll be back on Thursday. We'll talk more about the Game Awards nomination thing, and I'll have more details. We'll play more. We won't play more Pokemon. We're gonna play Slime Rancher 2, and 13 Streams of Halloween starts soon. And yeah. Oh, and check out my my Instagram. I'm gonna clean it up so it's the 3 rows with the photo shoots, and it's gonna look real pretty in the next 24 hours. We didn't get any raids today, so I'm just gonna close out because I really want to go shower really fast and I want to check out this Game Awards thing because I'm very hype about it. So let me know if you submit a nomination for me. I would really appreciate it. Post it on Twitter. I'll retweet it if it says like submitted application or something, so we can do this together. I'll see you guys on Thursday. Goodbye, everyone. Smooches.